Those going live. All right, here we go. All right, so welcome. So first things first, you guys played Star Frontiers at all?
A long time ago in a galaxy far away.
Exactly.
Wow.
So Star Frontiers is a game that came out in '82 or something. It had one of those boxes, like the old D&D boxes, put out by TSR. It's kind of like a... Yeah.
This isn't the one where everything is D100s, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I think maybe I have played this, actually.
But we're not going to be using that system here. So fortunately, somebody has gone through the work of porting it over to Savage Worlds. And so there's a whole Savage Worlds conversion. What's awesome is they actually took the original rulebook with all the pictures laid out in the same places and then just took the text out and put Savage Worlds text in there. Nice. So you're actually looking at the original books and pictures. It's just Savage World, mechanics, awesome. Which is great. Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to be doing that. Now, as far as this setting, so a little bit of background. We are all living in the United Planetary Federation, or the UPF. This is a set of worlds out there, and in fact, I will. I've got a couple of links I'll pepper with you guys, during the during this thing. Here we go. I'll throw them in the chat. Obviously, whoever's listening after the fact doesn't have them. By the way, which chat do you guys usually prefer that we use? Do you use the Roll20 one or the one out in the Hangout?
I use the Roll20. So,
okay.
So is it whose mic's picking up the reverb back? I guess that's me listening to it.
I don't hear any.
Okay.
But that may mean it's me. Let me double check my settings.
Oh, I got it. Yep.
Okay, cool. So there in the chat, I sent a link. So that's the set of star systems that we find in the UPF now. And so the UPF started when a couple of races kind of bumped into each other. So as we go through this little bit of history, I'll kind of show you one or two things. So this, of course, here is a human. And these humans are not the same exact ones. We don't have Earth here, but these guys are pretty much parallel to the humans that we know and love, except they tend to live closer to about 200 years, in age. And humans grew up on a world probably not too dissimilar to ours and started venturing out into space. And when they did so, they ran into another set of aliens, one known as the Vrusk, and the Vrusk is our insectoid race. They have 8 legs and 2 arms. They are ambidextrous. They tend to have a society which is a little bit more kind of hardworking and practical. It's oriented around corporations. They do usually have a goal to kind of do businessy type stuff and maybe get wealthy, but part of that is because they like to live in peace. They are great appreciators of art and things like that. So although the humans are kind of, I think, put off a little bit by the way they look, because they look like insects, which we have kind of an aversion to, as far as harmony goes, the two races got along pretty well. And it just so happened that the Vrusk had ran into another race in their early explorations, which were these guys, the Dralicites. So Dralicites are kind of like blobs. They're kind of like huge amoebas. So if you look at their organs there, you'll see they kind of have a thick skin, and they've got this protein mixture of goo inside. All their organs kind of float in that, including a brain and a couple of hearts and some other stuff. They do have the ability to create and pull back arms and legs, although it's a kind of a slow process. It takes about 5 minutes or so to create an arm, so it's not like Plastic Man or something. And you'll notice that they have these kind of weird eyes, like they're kind of like nerve bundles that see light, and probably not quite in as colorful a way as we do. But the funny thing is their entire skin is kind of like a nose, so they can breathe in smells. It does mean that they have a hard time doing things like swimming. But they have a great sense of smell. They communicate not just verbally through their weird vocal box that's in their system, but also by changing colors a little bit, maybe giving off odors, for better or for worse. And they also have a great sense of lie detection because they're able to smell kind of those pheromones and things. They tend to be a little bit slower, but they're pretty brawny and strong. So those are our Dralocyte friends. So the three of them, and Dralocytes they like puns, they like humor, but it's kind of corny. They're very thoughtful. They definitely prize thinking and not so much material possessions. So those three races got along pretty well for a while, started to colonize a couple of worlds and create a little bit of an organizational body, and they ran into these guys. So these are our Yazirian friends. They're kind of like flying squirrels / monkeys.
Monkeys, yeah.
Yeah. You'll notice that they have these eyes which are nocturnal. They come from like a darker planet, and so when they're in the light, they have to wear, where's that picture? They wear goggles, right? So light that we consider kind of normal light, the other races, they consider bright light. And so they tend to usually wear goggles, most of the time when working. They do tend to have a little bit of a rage habit. They don't know how to control their emotions really well. And their clans are a little more primitive than I think what the other races would assume, is kind of a star-faring race, right? They've got clans. They tend to have a lot of fights and things like that. So, that's just kind of the way that they have kind of come about. But they are able to glide with they've got these little like flying squirrel wings, and that even though in this game we're not playing on a planet, we're going to be playing, for example, on a spaceship or something, but it does have some advantages in 0G kind of environments as far as getting around. They do have a battle rage thing that they are able to take advantage of, and they have low light vision. Now, because they came from a planet with low gravity, hence the gliding thing, they're pretty smart, they're very agile, but they tend to be very weak. So they're not particularly strong, even though they've got this rage thing going on. So those are 4 of our races. Now, in the traditional Star Frontiers universe, you would pick one of those 4, and that would be your character race. However, in this case, we have these guys. There are robots.
Sweet.
Now, robots in this universe are not necessarily there's no artificial intelligence as we know it. So they're robots that are smart enough to look intelligent. But robots have different levels, and they can come from the very simple service bots all the way up to things that kind of are self-programming and run factories and all sorts of stuff like that. But generally, you don't think of them as artificially intelligent. As far as game mechanics, very intelligent. So they start with high intelligence. They're constructs. So all the normal stuff you'd think of with a construct, immune to poison and, that kind of stuff. They're fearless, so they don't have to worry about those kind of things. Low light vision, and like Vrusks, the insect guys, they're ambidextrous. They can use both hands kind of equally well, right? Now, in Star Frontiers, there's also these guys. Boo, Savar.
The no good.
Yeah, these are our evil race kind of, placeholder.
Are they dissected in that picture?
Absolutely. Right?
Okay. Okay.
Because they were never captured alive. And
yeah.
You can see this one dissected here. These guys are basically huge worms. They're about 3 meters long, although they stand up about 2 meters. They've got 4 kind of appendages, 2 that keep them up kind of like legs, and then 2 that are kind of weird that are kind of like hand appendages. And what's the word that they use? They're hydrostatic. So they pump water through their body to maintain posture. They don't have bones, as we think of. So they're basically worms. There's a lot of theories about these. I mean, these guys came out of nowhere. We ran into them, and suddenly they're just, in a mad frenzy, killing us left and right. No communication has worked. They're just horribly, just vicious. And there's a lot of theories about that. Some actually believe that they are a peaceful, well, not peaceful, but not a carnivorous or they're kind of like an herbivore or kind of like a prey species, right? So because they've grown up as prey, they've learned that only way to survive is to destroy any other competitors. And so that's the going theory on these Savar. However, for this game, I've made a slight tweak. We're not following canon exactly. So here, the Savar have been at war with the UPF for decades. star-faring capable races that are not exterminated or usually enslaved or manipulated by the Sathar. However, recently the Turlide clan of the Sathar was discovered and has made a tentative peace with the UPF. But Sathar generally are still viewed as highly suspect and dangerous. So mainly these guys are peaceful, or a small set of them are, so we can use them as a PC race. So those are basically the 4 races and kind of a little bit of the history of the United Planetary Federation. Any questions about that? I'm going to set up my camera while you're thinking about it.
Well, as far as mechanically goes, like what would you say kind of each one's focus is? Does each one have kind of are some better pilots than others, or some better soldiers than others?
I would say probably in a normal game, maybe you would probably go along that route, and there may be some that can do one thing kind of better than others. In our game, however, we've got our 6 race choices, and we've also got 6 professions, right? And these professions range from things like pilot. So we got here our captain, for example, right? Our little captain. We've got a pilot. We've got a weapons officer. All of these guys, and I've got a list of skills underneath each of these, and I'll send you a link to this in a second. There's a robotics officer, there's a medic, and there is an engineer. Now, for each of these different professions, there is a prerequisite. So somewhere on here it says, and you guys will see it in a PDF because this is hard to read over the camera, I think. But each of these has a prerequisite of, for example, the weapons officer needs an agility of D8. Right, Savage World style. So, yeah, maybe some of the races would be easier to get a D8 than others, but none of these should really be that difficult to set up. So you can actually choose any of these races and have any of the professions. Obviously, as somebody who's like a Yazirian, who tends to be very agile, might work well for the weapons officer because they tend to need agility, right? Or the pilot, which needs agility. The captain is spirit and agility, right? That could be kind of anyone, I think. Robotics tends to be a smart person, so I'm trying to think if any of them are not that smart. I mean, I think a lot of them could work for that. I wouldn't really worry about it too much. Just choose kind of what feels right to you.
Okay.
Let me send you guys real quick. Where do I have it here? Here we go.
Jules, anyone jumping out at you? Oh, you're muted right now.
Yeah, you muted me.
It's totally my fault.
Yeah, nothing's leaping. So if you've got something you are interested in, go for it.
Okay.
I just sent you guys a link in the, and you're going to probably want to look at this anyways, but there's a link in the chat, and I'm going to send a couple more in a second. But the first one is the professions and the skills. So you can see kind of what the professions look like, what exactly is on these little boxes here, kind of a little bit clearer. And there's also a list of skills there. There's probably about 9 skills, because each of you guys will choose a random skill to throw in the mix as well. So although these professions come with preset skills, like, for example, the captain has intimidation, fighting, shooting, stealth, survival, and knowledge of ships, right, to some degree. You can also choose a random skill like climbing or, whatever, stealth, notice, that kind of stuff. Same thing, like here robotics has investigation, no computers, repair computers, no robots. Repair robots, and shooting, to some degree. So, all of them have some mix of skills. You can just choose one of those.
So I was thinking the Drail's the insect, right?
The Vrusk is the insect, and the Dralocyte is the blob.
Blob is the Dralocyte. Okay, I was going to be a Vrusk engineer.
Okay.
Sounds cool. And I'll send, I'm sharing the links for some of these races. Those were the sheets that I had. By no means do you need to read any of that stuff, but up at the top I try to summarize, under special abilities and attitudes, it kind of just summarizes some of the main things you would need to know if you're interested. Hey Jules, is there any specific one that kind of calls to you as far as race?
Oh man, I'm still digesting. I think I'm going to pick a profession first.
Yeah.
And then I'll figure out which race would be best for it. So we got an engineer.
And I'm just sending these into the chat, the other ones, by the way.
So looks like
Tough decision, and feel free to take your time. We're not in any rush.
Yeah, I'm debating between captain and weapons. They both look like good all-rounders.
Sure.
I think I'm going to go with captain because that one's got some social skills.
All right, cool.
And so let's see. Then I have to pick a race.
I'll wait for that.
This is only my second time ever playing Savage Worlds. Would you believe it?
I think this will probably be the first time of me playing Savage Worlds relatively correctly. There's a lot of faking it going on.
My only other session was a session of Deadlands Noir at a con about a month ago.
Oh, nice.
Definitely want to play that.
Yeah, I've played I kind of started getting into it because I saw it at the cons, but then and played in 1 or 2 games. But specifically, I was looking for a system to run a campaign in, and I had been away from RPGs for so long, and it was around the D&D 4 era and Pathfinder. And although Pathfinder drew me at first, it was a bit overwhelming.
It turns into such a giant game of math.
Well, yeah, especially, and that's not too bad if all your players are okay to help you out in that regards. Mm-hmm. But none of my players really cared about any of the mechanics. Right. So there was no way I wanted to go down that road.
Well, my group are kind of point-buy snobs. They like GURPS, they like mutants and masterminds, they like... we used to play Besem a lot. I kind of miss those days, but... Anyway, I am kind of homing in on the Sathar. I think that would be interesting.
Oh, and I forgot this whole time I should be playing my music. There we go.
Well,
usually that's the first thing that happens. It comes on immediately as I get to the table. And in the Roll20, you can turn the music volume down, right? Mm-hmm. Like if you go to the little track thing. Cool.
Oh, the volume's fine.
Cool. So Sathar. Yeah. I
think so.
Cool.
Yep.
All right, let's do that. So
we're not making a space porn, are we?
What was that?
We're not making a space porn, are we?
It sounds almost like it. Not this time. I'll run a separate game for you if you want for that. All right.
Well.
So here we go. Time for some character sheet action. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these things together. We have our Vrusk. The little picture goes up there.
Nice.
And it's our Vrusk engineer. So we'll throw that right down there. All right, so we started on that side. And then we've got another one here. We'll do our Sathar. Now, although it looks like you've chosen 2 people and that's all you're going to have, that's definitely not the way of it for this game, because a boarding party for this ship tends to be 4 people. So the question is going to be, who else is going to be on the boarding party with you?
Oh.
Oh, shall we each pick one?
Yeah, that sounds great. I definitely want to see a Draelicite on there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. How about Draelicite medic? It's just got to ooze all over you to fix you.
All right. I'm going to throw
So we got a medic.
Draelicite medic.
Well, since weapons was the other thing that I was hesitating over, let's make the other one a weapons officer.
Sounds good.
And let's see, we need agility for that one. That says Yazarian to me.
Sure thing. Let's grab that guy. So we've got our Yazirian weapons officer. All right. So we've got 4 sheets now. Although the boarding ship fits 4, there's actually 6 people who are on our overall vessel. So we are members of the Pan-Galactic Corporation. The Pan-Galactic Corporation, or PGC, is the largest corporation in all of the United Planetary Federation. And, you know, there's sometimes some conflict of interest there, but they tend to be, you know, think of them as one of our kind of larger military conglomerates, right? You know, for the most part, they work well with the government. They do certain things more efficiently, like help us discover new worlds and deal with the menacing threats that we have from the Sathar.
Hey.
You know, oh yeah, the other Sathar. And you know, as far as our particular group, we are all part of the Scrap and Salvage unit of the PGC. So occasionally, you know, a satellite breaks, or, you know, a ship's been floating in space for 3 months and the crew's completely dead and we've got some sensitive material on there and somebody's got to go and clean that up. So you guys are kind of that part of our corporation, right? And so the Scrap and Salvage ship has room for 6 crew, 4 of which may board at any time using the boarding shuttle, but there's 2 who will stay on the main ship. And we've got 2 here. We've got a human and a robot, and we also have robotics and pilot. So you guys want to mix and match how these things look? Basically, is the human going to be a robotics officer or the pilot?
It'd be kind of amusing to have a robotics officer.
Exactly. Yeah.
Shall we do that?
I mean, who better to know how robots work as another robot?
Exactly. It takes one to know one.
That's right. All right, so we've got a robotics.
It's a robot thing. You wouldn't understand.
That's right.
And we've got our human pilot.
Flying ships are for droids, right? Isn't that the whole thing that it's supposed to be?
Exactly. All right. So here's our character sheets. Cool. Now we do have a couple of decisions that we need to make here. Being Lego, you can see here you start, as in Savage Worlds, with a D4 in all of your various skills, right? Agility, smart, spirit, strength, and vigor. Now you get some more of these to kind of plug in there. And I think each of you gets 6, if I'm not mistaken. The Vrusk starts with a high intelligence, so a high smarts. So I'm already going to plug one in there. But you're going to kind of get to decide what else you want to fill them in with. So basically, let me see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let's take a quick look here at the profession, right? Mm-hmm. We're an engineer. And an engineer needs a prerequisite of D8 smarts, right? Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is just fill that in.
Right.
But you've basically got 4 more little units to throw in there. Do you have any thoughts on where you want them to go?
Let's get a D6 in agility.
Okie dokie.
A D6 in vigor.
Alrighty.
And what would spirit be used for in for Star Frontiers?
Same as Savage Worlds. It's so when you have soak rolls, they're vigor, but when you have shaken, it's spirit.
Okay, so yeah, 1 in spirit as well.
Sure. And you have 1 left.
Okay. Let's do another one in smarts.
Sure. This one's smart cookie. All right. Let's look at our Sathar here. Hold on, let me get where are the little pink dots? Oh, there they are. And by the way, these character sheets are obviously non-standard. These are not like
character sheets are amazing.
Yeah. I don't know.
I didn't. How do you get those little things flat writable for Lego?
Oh yeah. So these are just flat pieces. I had to print it on sticker paper.
Nice.
You know, there was a bit of work involved here.
Oh, that's incredible. So cool.
Let's see now, Sathar. Oh, let me double check.
But how many times have you run this game?
So yeah, I think it was worth it because I've probably run it about 8 times already. and I don't think I'm going to stop anytime soon. So some of this whole character generation thing, you notice how there's a lot of like plug and play and mix and match stuff. That to me is really important with these kind of games because obviously, there's a lot of time involved putting this together. So I want to be able to run this over and over and over again and not get bored. So every time I run this, the set of characters, not just players, but the characters are completely different. So as a GM, it keeps me very interested in what's going on. I'm not running the same game over and over again.
Cool.
So you start with a smarts of D8, but go ahead and tell me what else you would like here.
So I have 4 more to play with?
Actually, I think 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because the D6 in smarts you got as a bonus for being Sathar.
Okay, well, I need a D6 in spirit and agility for captain, so let's put those in.
Let's do that. Sathar captain. This will be interesting. Oops.
Yeah, maybe a horrible mistake, but that's what cons are for, right?
Oh, yeah. Don't worry, this game will be nothing but mistakes.
So I have 3 more to go.
Yep.
Let's see. Now, intimidation, fighting, shooting, stealth, survival. I'm thinking... Remind me what the difference between strength and vigor is?
So obviously strength, whenever you're doing any melee attacks, then your strength gets thrown in there as part of the damage. And obviously if you do something that's just kind of strength-based, that's not necessarily a specific skill, like let's say you're trying to climb something, it could be an unskilled check, but maybe if you're really strong or you're trying to hold on to something because there's a vacuum kind of condition on the ship, like strength might jump in there.
Okay.
Spirit is when you are shaken, like during combat, if you get knocked back or something, spirit is what helps you kind of, work out of that.
And vigor?
And vigor is think of it as your constitution or health.
Okay.
If you take damage and you want to soak some of the damage, then it's based on vigor. So, you're trying to get out of a couple of wounds or something.
Okay. We'll see what happens. I'm going to build for survivability here.
Sure.
So let's put, of those 3 remaining, let's put 1 in spirit and 1 in vigor.
Okay. And obviously they have more functions when you're in a, like really building a character. And I should have mentioned probably this stuff down here. Your toughness is built on vigor, right? So...
I'm going to go for an all-rounder. Let's put that last one in strength.
Sure.
We'll see.
See what happens. Now, as far as the other guys, I'm a little bit less concerned about them, but what I'll do is I'm going to bring him over, and we'll just kind of, I'm going to throw some stuff in here. He's got to be smart enough to be a medic. I'll make him relatively smart. He's not very agile, but he's pretty strong, as Drellocytes tend to be. Yeah. In fact, I'll say he's not super spirited. Let's give him a little bit of agility there, and that'll round out our Drellocyte friend here. Oh, and you can, if you've already thought of names, feel free to tell me when, and we can plug those in as well. And we've got our Yazirian weapons officer. So he's got to have an agility of D8, which is all right. They start with a D6 agility, and they start with a D6 of smarts. They're pretty clever, despite their short temper. He is not strong, so I'm not going to give him very much strength. I'm going to make him very agile. And because he's a weapons guy, I'm going to give him quite a bit of spunk. So let's put a lot of spirit in there. There we go. Not an extremely strong guy, but he's made for ranged combat, as Yazirians tend to be. They don't like to play too close. They have hollow bones and all that. All right, so we've got our 4 guys here. Any thoughts on names?
Names for each of them, or names just our guys' names?
Whichever.
Okay.
They could be nicknames too. While you're thinking about it, I'm going to give your Vrusk is going to have a Polyvox. A Polyvox is a piece of equipment that you wear around your throat. It translates stuff for you because as a Vrusk, you don't have you have a lot of difficulty speaking in human and other type of languages. Okay. So this thing actually translates. You can even see it on his throat there if you look closely enough. So that translates for you. Gives you a little bit of a robotic sound.
Okay.
You know, being 80s technology.
I don't really know what a proper Sathar name would be, so let's give him a nickname.
Sure.
Let's call him... Shoot, I had a... Yeah, let's call him Gramps.
Gramps. That sounds
Gramps
great.
Worm.
Gramps.
Yep.
Awesome. And we can fill out some of this other stuff here as well. Pace for a Sathar will be 6. That's normal. Parry is usually based on fighting. Your fighting is D6. So parry is going to be 3, which is half of that. So D6 divided by 2 plus 2. So 3 plus 5. So I'll put a 5 there. Your charisma is -2 because you are a Sathar.
Oh.
Yep.
Unless you're a Sathar.
And this isn't necessarily charisma to your friends here, but obviously anyone you meet and run into may have some aversions to your race there, given that maybe many of their relatives have died in various of the Sathar wars that have happened recently. The toughness is going to be based on our vigor. So you've got a vigor of D6. 6 divided by 2 is 3, plus 2 is 5. So that should be that. So that's Gramps. While you're thinking of a name, Kurt, your pace is 8. Vrusk are fast. Your parry is based on your fighting, which is D6. So again, that's a 5. Your toughness is based on vigor. Again, that's a 5. And your charisma is 0. And this may change depending on the hindrances and edges and stuff we pick, but for now that'll be good.
Oh, that's bizarre. You're in my screen twice.
I've cloned myself, so we do. So I figured my full name is Snotha Ferbrelflobben, but since I'm an engineer, they'll just call me Snotty.
Snotty.
Yeah.
As in beam us up, Snotty?
That's right. Exactly. Thank you.
You know it. All right, we got Snotty.
I apparently have a very keen sense of smell. So.
Cool. We've got our Yazirian friend here. We may need this stuff later.
What's the doctor from Planet of the Apes? Dr.
Oh yeah, not Lazarus. Nuts.
Let's just call him Larry.
Don't look at me.
That's good. Yeah, Larry.
Does he wear a leisure suit?
That's right, Larry Russ.
Nice. Was about the same era, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So again, sick da 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 da. And our other friend here. Oh, no fighting skills.
I got it. Amy for
There you
amoeba.
go. Nice.
And that's spelled like A-O-M-Y or something?
A-O-M-I-E.
That's right. Let's fix that. Amy. That's an I. Toughness and charisma. All right, cool. So we've got the start of our guys here, our crew. I'm not too worried about the pilot and the robotics officer names. We can call them whatever we like later. Edges.
Ooh.
Now, I have a sheet, again, that I can send you, and I'll do that in just a second. Let me just lay these down here, so I think you can see them. They should be more or less readable? Hold on. Come on, guy. There we go. Here we go. In the chat, I'm going to send you guys... Oops, where did the chat go? All right, I just sent you in the chat a list of the edges and hindrances. You don't have to use that list. It might be easier to read than my webcam, though. But it's the exact same edges here and hindrances there. Most of these are should be somewhat obvious as far as what they do. If you want to know mechanically, feel free to ask, but they pretty much do what you think they're going to do. And you don't really need to know about the mechanics so much in this game. I mean, you know, well, I'm not too fussed about that stuff. There are some which are actually specific to Savage Worlds, so things like xenophobe or zero-G tolerant, or space sickness, which is kind of the opposite of zero-G tolerant, you know, are obviously kind of Star Frontier specific. And xenophobe doesn't mean you're scared of, you know, the friendly races, just the ones that, you know, are not one of the intelligent races that are part of the UPF.
I think I'll take MacGyver.
Nice.
Like the idea of having all these little arms manipulating things out of duct tape.
Oh yeah. And each of you has to choose one edge and one hindrance.
I think for an edge, you can't beat luck.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I'll throw that down there. Luck sounds good. So you guys have your edges. Actually, you can also choose edges for our friends back here. That's going to be important.
Oh, well, healer, I think, for our medic, don't you?
That could work.
And I'll take curious for hindrance.
Curious for hindrance. Cool.
Hmm.
I will say I've run this game one time and they had a Sathar medic.
Nice.
And the first thing he told me was he doesn't understand any of the physiology of any of the other players. It already set the tone for the game very early on.
Let's see. If I'm going to be the captain... Oh, man. You know what? Balls to the wall. Overconfident.
Oh, yeah. Let's see where we have that. Oh, where did that go? Is that
the music really helps set the tone here, I think.
Oh, yeah. That's important for me. What happened to overconfident? It's in the list, right?
Yeah.
I think I might have misplaced the icon, but I have a spare. That's why I have spares. See? This is a Lego flat brick with a piece of tape on it.
Yay. And for our fourth one, how about Nerves of Steel for an edge?
So Nerves of Steel. That's going to be for which one? For our weapons officer?
Yeah, the weapons.
Yeah.
I just realized my edge and hindrance synergize together very well. I'm overconfident because I'm lucky.
Absolutely.
What? You know, why not try it? It usually works out well.
Absolutely. It hasn't failed you before.
Exactly. So for the weapons person...
So the weapons, Kurt, we chose Nerves of Steel as the edge.
Okay.
Now you could go for Pacifist.
For weapons, right.
This thing will destroy half of the planet, but I don't really want anyone to use it.
I don't want anyone to get hurt.
How about elderly? How about elderly?
That'll work.
Old cranky weaponsmith.
Oh, yeah.
I considered taking that one since I did choose the name Gramps, but I really didn't like the severity of the hindrances there.
All right, so our Dralosite we've got as a healer, but we still need one hindrance. I'll take these guys away.
Oh, we can do pacifist on that one.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
good.
yeah. That'll work. Maybe that's why he went into the medical profession. All righty.
I'm a doctor, not a soldier.
Exactly.
All right. Now, we do have other choices to make. We've got our edges and hindrances. We've got all our skill set. Excellent. Let me see. There, we can see everything there. Now, there is a list of additional skills, and that's also on that PDF I sent you with the professions.
Mm-hmm.
Each of you can choose one, and you can choose one for your friends here. Now, a human, because it doesn't have some of the other advantages, actually gets 2 edges and they get 2 skills. But, you know, none of us are humans, just the guy on the ship. We don't really care as much about him.
Well, the thing that originally attracted me to the captain was intimidation, so I'm taking that one.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And let me double check. You already have intimidation here, so there's some overlap. So you have intimidation D8 as the captain, so you don't need, you can just skip that entirely. But
I thought you meant I was supposed to pick one from the list.
One from this list.
Okay. Well,
so these are the miscellaneous skills, and you know you can choose one. But yeah, you may want to see if there's some kind of synergy between the professions you've chosen. Obviously, in some games, somebody, you know, the 4 players haven't chosen captain, so maybe they want intimidate. So there's a little bit of overlap, and then some of these aren't in any of the professions.
I can't see anything below taunt.
Oh, sorry. There's also throwing and tracking.
Okay.
I'll take climbing.
Climbing.
All those arms.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
I think I'll go with notice.
Sure. Let me double check. Yeah, you don't have notice. You do not. Okay, cool. So notice there. What about our 2 friends in our crew? What skills should they have?
Somebody ought to.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Investigate for the
That's exactly what I was going to say. Somebody needs to investigate.
Now, the medic already has investigation.
Oh, okay. Let's give it to the other guy then.
So you want him to have it?
Yeah, in case he botches a roll.
Sure. Alrighty.
I'm going to metagame just a little bit.
Sure.
I know, sorry.
Bad
But I happen to know that this game involves a zoological expedition, so I think somebody ought to have knowledge of fauna.
That's a good idea.
Why not? And that could be the medical officer, because I think that's all you have left. And that would make sense. All right, cool. We're done with that. Now, being as you guys work for the Scrap and Salvage, you generally will wear something. And there's 2 options here. There are vac suits, which allow you to breathe when you're in a vacuum and survive when you're in a vacuum. So, you know, it's kind of like a little spacesuit. The helmet comes off. When the helmet is on, you are using energy, and you only have so much energy. So everybody in this crew has what's called an energy belt. And an energy belt is something you wear around your waist or whatever via some straps. And it provides energy for any of your energy tools, and that includes, you know, possibly your vac suit if you're breathing oxygen. Now, these character sheets, you'll notice they have these pretty little things on the side here. That's not by accident. These are your energy units. Each one stands for an SEU, a standard energy unit in Star Frontiers. And when you use energy, you just pop them off, and you slowly run out of energy, right? So, and they can be recharged. That's a possibility. But you know, normally a energy belt has about 20 SEU. But because we're on a crappy ship, and you know, we work for Scrap and Salvage, our equipment is a little bit old, and so you actually have only 16 SEU maximum because you just have old energy belts, and that's the size of the character sheet. So you can choose whether or not you want a vac suit or a military skiing suit, which is effectively armor. It has a little bit more toughness, protects you a little bit better, but you know, it doesn't let you breathe in a vacuum or survive in a vacuum.
Oh.
Now, obviously, if you have like a robotics guy, he doesn't care about breathing in a vacuum, so military scheme suit makes a lot of sense. Or you might have guys who just, don't care. So you guys can choose what you want here. Who wants what?
Snotty will take a vac suit.
Yep.
I think I'll go for the vac suit too.
All right. Gramps has got a vac suit. What about other two guys?
Worm.
Are we going
Give the
safe?
skin suit to the robot?
Oh, yeah, sure.
The robot isn't coming with us.
Oh, no, he's not. Oh, it's just the 4. Okay.
Just the 4.
Put the blob in the skin suit.
Sure. Maybe he's paranoid. He is a little bit of a pacifist.
Right.
Maybe he thinks that'll protect him.
Besides, we don't want to lose our medic.
Mm-hmm. Protect the medic.
And what about the weapons guy?
Basically, anybody we put in a skin suit, we risk losing if we lose atmosphere.
Right.
Advantages and disadvantages.
On the other hand, anybody we put in a skin suit is going to be more durable in a firefight.
Right.
And since I have no idea what's going to happen to us...
Can we get access to the vac suits if we need them?
Possibly, yeah. A lot of ships have vac suits.
Okay.
So normally in an airlock of, especially a larger ship, there'll be vac suits. So that's not unusual. And a lot of the vac suits are made to deal with specific races, but sometimes kind of generically. Mm-hmm. So like human and Yazirian vac suits look very similar. A Dralosite vac suit is actually able to grow and retract limbs. They have like kind of like these pseudo limb things that can push out when they have those limbs. Our Dralosite here happens to have 3 legs and 3 arms. So he's got one of those.
What do you think for the weapons guy?
Yeah, let's put him in armor.
All right.
Okay.
Do it.
Strap him up.
All right. Another decision made. Now, you guys have these energy belts. Energy belts have three ports. One port can be used for your screen. The other 2 ports are used for weapons and other gear. A screen allows protection of certain types of things. So we've got our Albedo Screen, which protects us against lasers. Our Gauss Screen, which protects us against electronic attacks. Our Inertia Screen, which protects us against things that are of a more physical nature, bullets and people hitting you over the head with a club. And then our Sonic Screen, which protects us against sonic attacks. So they're special weapons that are sonic weapons, right? They use sound waves of strong quality to do damage. So each energy belt can only handle one screen. So you get to choose which screen you would like for yourself and for your compatriots here.
Oh, boy.
I want an Albedo Screen.
All right.
Lasers beware.
That's right. So we got one Albedo Screen.
I'll go for Inertia, I think.
Sure.
And Gauss was electronics? Is that what
Gauss is, electronics.
So let's give that to Amy.
Amy.
Yeah.
Shall we give the other guy Sonic just so we have
cover our bases?
Sure.
What the hey?
Yeah.
Cool.
We are so going to die.
Yep. Die beautifully.
I just want to be able to say I called it.
I love starting with all these choices and everybody's kind of lost and starting to lose their confidence. Like that's part of the whole.
I don't know what I should choose. I don't know.
What the hell am I supposed to do here? So there's a couple of other things that we get to choose here. Now I'm going to give you guys a choice, right? Oh, first of all, 1 or 2 other things. We have an engineer. The engineer has a tech kit. I'm going to plug that in right here. What is a tech kit? Obviously, it's a piece of equipment that has a lot of the stuff that you would need in case you're doing repairs for various machinery and things like that. And in fact, right now I am going to send. Where is this? So you can do whisper, right? Is W/W?
Mm-hmm.
So if I do that, what do I type to get a specific person?
That you would put. I'm going to shorten my name down, but yeah, it's one of our names.
Okay.
You can just do the first name if you can see both names.
Would I do DT?
Yep.
Oh yeah, it shows me.
I'll put up Snotty.
Okay. Yeah. I'll wait. So what I'll do is I'm going to send you a little PDF. It just shows what's in the tech kit. Basically, you know, a bunch of random equipment. You don't even have to. You obviously don't have to look at it if you don't want to, but you know, it may give you ideas of things that it can do. Otherwise, just feel free to tell me the kind of stuff you're going to do, and I'll tell you if your tech kit kind of helps with that or doesn't help with that.
Okay.
How do you change your name, by the way?
Yeah, I was just going to ask that.
In the little gear at the top, click on that, and it'll be My Settings display name.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Let's see, gear. Wait a minute. Oh, that little gear.
There.
All right, I'm going to just change my name to GM. That way, if you need to write to GM, it makes it easy. Cool. Jules, excellent. And Jules is our Gramps. All right. Now, as the captain, you also have a special piece of equipment, which is a chronocom. Think of a chronocom, I'll put it down here, is pretty much the iPhone Watch or Apple Watch or whatever of its time, right? So it's that old school kind of communicator. You can wear it around your wrist. You know, it does kind of close range communication. So not so much ship to ship where you're in space, but definitely within a ship, you should be able to communicate with a chronocom.
Okay.
And guess what? Our weapons officer also has a chronocom, so I'm going to give him one of those. So you guys can communicate even if you're not necessarily next to each other. And of course, we have our med kit. A med kit is what our medical officer will probably carry around with them. And that's got a bunch of equipment in there, including various shots. So there's things like antitoxin, and this is standard knowledge, so you guys would know this. There's antitoxin. There's something called BioCort. BioCort is a healing agent that works very immediately. It's only able to heal kind of some slight wounds, and you can only really take one every 48 hours. So mechanically, think of it as it takes one wound away, but you can only use it once every 48 hours. So it's kind of like a healing potion, you know, with limited use. And then there's another thing called a Stimdose. A Stimdose is if you get, you know, knocked out or unconscious and you need to be brought back into consciousness, right? So you guys have some basic equipment here. Now, in your energy belt, you have 2 more slots, and those 2 slots can be used for all sorts of energy equipment. Things like energy weapons, like pistols, Sonic Disruptors, and electro-stunners, and things like that. There's also ranged equipment you could have that does not take energy. So these guys are things like gyrojet pistols and needler pistols that shoot little needles, and auto pistol is just like what we think of as a traditional gun. All of these have 4 bullets each. They do not take energy though, so that's kind of nice. There's also melee energy weapons, electric swords and shock gloves and sonic knives and things, stun sticks, and a vibro knife, which is, I guess, like a little chainsaw or something. But so all of those are melee weapons that take energy, right? So between all the different characters here, you can basically do one of a couple things. You can choose 2 weapons and 2 pieces of miscellaneous equipment, or you can choose 1 weapon and 4 pieces of miscellaneous equipment. Now, what kind of miscellaneous equipment is available to us here? I'm going to send you a little list. Here, I'll send you 2 lists. First, let me send you this one here. This is weapons. That's both ranged and melee weapons.
I love the increasing level of complexity. like, because we can only see the screen, it just steadily keeps piling up.
Exactly.
That's fantastic.
And you know, this probably takes a little bit longer online than it does in person, but this is
still really cool.
This definitely takes time in person, and it's something I don't want to sacrifice as part of the game.
I love it.
So there's two documents I dropped to you. One is the list of weapons, which is basically all of these things, and another one is a long list of miscellaneous equipment, which you can also choose from. Now, when I say miscellaneous equipment, any melee weapon that is not an energy weapon, so like just a regular sword or a club, those are just considered equipment, not a weapon. So even though they are weapons, you do not have to use one of your weapon selections. It's just a miscellaneous thing. Similarly, a grenade is in the miscellaneous section. There's a couple of different kinds of grenades. So that is not considered a weapon choice. It's just considered a miscellaneous piece of equipment, but you're only getting one grenade. So, you can pick and choose as you will. And again, to remind you, you can choose 2 of these, ranged or melee, and 2 miscellaneous, or 1 weapon and 4 miscellaneous.
For the whole party or a piece?
Oh, each.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, you're working for the PGC. That's got some benefits.
I know one thing I want, at least for somebody in the group. Somebody needs some infrared goggles.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. IR goggles.
I think I'll start with those.
And notice here, this is what somebody in a live game would see is like a random list of lots of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I usually don't give them like the document I sent you, so they actually don't know what anything does. They just kind of look at this long list. So
That's
IR
cool.
goggles, who wants those?
We can give them to anybody in the party?
I mean, the weapon guy usually has goggles, but they're not IR goggles per se. They just help him with light. So do you want the IR goggles?
Yeah, I'll take them.
All right. It's on there.
I'll take a laser pistol.
Sure. Laser pistol. Let's throw that on there.
Let's give a stunner to the medic.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to kill anybody.
And is that going to be
the
like
electro stunner or the sonic stunner?
Let's do sonic stunner.
Sure. Sonic stunner sounds good. And there is also a stun stick, which is kind of a similar melee weapon version of that, right?
What's the deal with the gyrojet pistol?
Great question. So a gyrojet is a little rocket bullet. It does a lot of damage when it explodes. However, it needs a little bit of space to shoot its rockets, right? So effectively, you need some distance to be able to shoot things. Now within a ship, that may be tricky. Some longer corridors or bigger rooms, there'll be enough space to shoot somebody across. But there might be some tight quarters where a gyrojet might not work too effectively. Now, as far as scale in the game, this is a miniature. So let's see. Here's a little guy right here, right? Here is our scale stick. So if he was to shoot a gyrojet, he would need about 5 spaces to be able to hit somebody. So they would have to be about that far away.
Awesome.
By the way, you can yeah, go ahead.
So the closest range thing you can use then is an electro stunner?
Yeah, actually, I mean, all of these are melee weapons. As far as ranged weapons, an electro stunner, I mean, a laser pistol, all these things have pretty good for short range. Now, a Sonic Disruptor, this is kind of like the shotgun of the day. So a Sonic Disruptor has very good, hard damage in close range, but it has less damage as you get further away, kind of like a shotgun. Everything else, the range is not too relevant, especially if you're talking about within a starship, right? Like those kind of distances. And again, for these, we talked about auto pistol as a regular gun, gyrojet, and then the last one here is a needler pistol. Needler pistols shoot a bunch of needles. They have cartridges. You stick in the gun, and it shoots a bunch of needles. It either does damage, or it can do damage and possibly sleep. Like it could have a sleeping agent.
I like the sound of that. So, why don't you give me... Let's see. Why don't you give me a needler pistol and an electric sword?
Sure.
And then I can do one more miscellaneous thing, I think?
Correct.
For my last thing, I will take an emergency beeper.
Sure thing.
Because that seems like something the captain ought to have.
Sounds good. An emergency beeper can be used within the confines of the ship, and it can, within space, it can be used from ship to ship if the distances are not too great. So definitely, if your ship is boarding another ship and your primary ship isn't flying off somewhere, you can use that to call home. It also does have long-range capabilities, so you can do it kind of planet to planet if you've got kind of like a focus, but it tends to be a bit slow in that regards. So that's, it's got some disadvantages there. So it's really used for like relatively local kind of emergency signaling. Cool.
I think I'll take the gyrojet pistol.
Cool.
Cool.
That's always a fun one.
Uh-huh.
I considered it, but...
I figure I've got kind of a close-range pew-pew, and then I've also got...
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're playing Star Frontiers. What about your other guys here? So this guy doesn't have any weapons yet. Your weapons guy.
Weapons guy needs weapons.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's give all the weapons to the weapons guy. Sonic Disruptor.
Sure.
Okay.
That sounds like a very weapons guy kind of weapon.
Yeah.
So that's
Nobody has any grenades at this point.
Nope. But this guy could have. I mean, you can either give him another weapon. But he's not really a melee guy, so if you want, you can also give him 4 pieces of equipment, which includes grenades.
Yeah, let's do some grenades.
I like the sound of the Tangler.
Oh, yeah. So Tangler is a very special type of grenade that shoots this kind of sticky goop. It can only really be, it takes about a while, maybe half an hour to kind of chop through it, unless you have solve-away. So solve-away can be used to melt it down. Of course, that's a separate piece of equipment.
I was going to say maybe he should have some of that, or somebody should.
I mean, you can give it to the medic if you want to.
What do you think?
Yeah, it sounds good.
All right. So the medic?
And then maybe give the weapons guys some tornadium.
Oh, yeah. That's your TNT of the day.
Yeah.
Woot!
Blow some stuff up.
And
we're giving our TNT to our flying monkey.
That's right.
Cool. All right. So he's got 1 weapon, 2 pieces of equipment. He can still use 2 more pieces of equipment if you want. I mean, there's other kind of grenades. The Dose grenade is for knocking people out. Fragmentary does damage. Smoke grenade for cover. You can give him another Tangler grenade, and there's various...
I picked the Tangler, so it's your turn.
Okay, let's do a Dose grenade.
All right. 1 Dose grenade, and he's got space for 1 more thing. And I think there is a, if I'm not mistaken, isn't there a timer? Oh, there's a detonator.
A detonator for the tornadium.
Yeah, the tornadium, you can basically set it to charge. It'll blow up within, I think, about 10 seconds if you don't have a detonator. A detonator allows you to remotely or set a longer time period.
Yeah, let's get a detonator for him.
Yeah.
Okay.
We find something we really, really, really don't like, we can just stick it on the side.
Cool. So he's
Make
done.
the tornadium much more versatile.
Right.
So Snotty and Amy still have... Snotty, you haven't chosen 2 pieces of equipment.
Okay.
And then Amy's got... I think Amy only has 1 weapon, so Amy can take 3 more pieces of equipment or another weapon.
I'll take a Stimdose.
Alrighty. And even though the medic has Stimdoses in the med kit, what's nice about this Stimdose is it's a one-shot thing. So it already comes with the injector. For the med kit, you have to take it out and set it up. It takes a little bit longer to set that up. So this is kind of like something that's nice to have if you're not with the medic, So you've got a Stimdose. Okay.
What about some survival rations?
Never know when you get hungry.
Yeah, I'll do some survival rations too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got 1 weapon. No, 2 weapons, 2 pieces. So you're done.
Okay.
Cool. So all we've got is Amy. Amy's got 1 weapon and 1 piece of equipment.
Oh, I'm getting a phone call. You finish up the equipment.
Okay. All right. Let's do. Let's see weapons.
Oh, hi. Actually, I can't talk for too long.
There are
Let's
things.
do a laser pistol as well.
Okay. Sounds good. Let's do that.
And then a toxirad gauge.
Toxirad. So Toxirad gauge allows you to check for toxicity, radiation, and oxygen.
Nice.
All right, cool. And that makes sense for a medical officer to have something like that. All right, cool. All that stuff's done. Let's get all this garbage out of the way. I think we're in the clear now.
So how much time, like, how you run this scenario like 8 or 9 times?
Yeah. Normally this takes.
Because it's really refined. It's like super dialed in.
You know, the first game I ran, which was the D&D type one.
Right,
That one was fantasy themed, and instead of this kind of like character sheet, which was all Lego, it was you know, you just had like a little piece of paper. There was some stickers. You would just throw. You know, it was still plug and play. Because I wanted that much, but you know, there was a lot fewer choices that you had. Like if you chose fighter, it already had your race. It had most of your skills. It had most of your equipment.
Right.
The only thing you had to choose was like your extra skill and like 1 or 2 pieces of equipment and some other stuff. But there was the edges and hindrances, right? Like all that you could choose. And so you would stick that on your sheet and you would have your kind of customized character sheet. And again, that was my idea of how does this keep me interested as a GM? So
There's all these variables.
I don't know whether there were tickets on the day last year or not.
Yeah, this one was very is a little more complicated. But you know, I found these things in a thrift store, like these kind of like mega block.
No, that's really cool.
And I was like, ooh, these would work. They look like little like kind of data boards or something, you know?
Right.
Like you feel like you're in an old computer or something.
Yeah, no, like the technological look of it's really cool.
And some of it is you know, like there's that what is it? The mother of invention, kind of necessity. So like, you know, sometimes you just don't have the right pieces, so you're just forced to use this stuff, and it ends up looking really good.
Yeah.
So here's our Vrusk. This is your little miniature.
Nice.
So I'll put him right here for now. We have our Sathar. Here's the Sathar.
Nice.
Miniature. I'll put Sathar over there. We've got our Dralosite. Here's our little Dralosite guy. And we have our Yazirian, which looks kind of like a little monkey dude. I'll throw him over there. Okay, and we don't need the other guys. We normally have our human, which is there. And we have our robot. I love the robot.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I think we've made all the decisions we pretty much need to make. We're ready to play.
Cool.
Let's see. All right. So you guys are part of this group, the Scrap and Salvage. Now you guys are sent on a mission. Now all of you guys are new to this particular unit here. You haven't been on this ship before. Now before we start, I'm going to take a little break in a second, but I need to send you guys each something. Hold on just a second here. Let me get this over to you. Tools. Oh, hello. There we go. Okay, I sent something over to Jules, and let me send something over Snotty. All right, have a look at those. And you know, if you have any questions, you can write back to me or whatever. Let's take a short break, just like bathroom break thing before we get started. If you need to grab a drink or whatever, and then we'll launch into it. Sound cool?
Yep.
All right, cool. I'll be back in a sec. All right, I'm back. I will say this, in the when I first ran these games, we did a little bit of the character gen in the beginning, but we didn't choose the equipment until a little bit later in the game. Like once you kind of know, just the premise, that's when it's like, oh, you guys are preparing, and then you have time to get your equipment. Some of the feedback I got was it would be nice to kind of do it all up front, and it also saves a little bit of time, because this is obviously a bit of a time sink.
Yeah, there's a bit of an information dump that happens, and it probably would be not as intense like if we were all in the same room together. But,
right.
But I mean, I think just having all the manipulatives is really cool. Man, it's great.
I will say that part of that information dump is on purpose, just to kind of get you a little bit discombobulated, and even in person, although you get to see it all, like it doesn't make sense. Like the sheets I sent you where it describes the stuff, like they don't usually have that. It's just like, oh, IR goggles.
That sounds nice.
D9. What is this stuff?
Which, like, if it's kind of like you're a bunch of rookies that are all joining this group,
totally.
like it's kind of it really sets that mood.
Yeah. All right. So, do you guys, if you have any questions, you can feel free to, whisper me something or whatever. But all ready to go?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Think so?
Yeah.
All right. So let's do this thing. All right. So as far as all that goes, you guys are being sent on a mission. You've got, you coming on this one port. You guys are relatively new to the ship. I mean, the human pilot seems like he's been there for a while. The strangely robot officer, robotics guy, he seems to have been there for a while. A little weird. He's very chummy. For a robot, like you usually don't expect them to have quite so much personality, but this guy definitely seems to shine. And the fact that he seems a little bit advanced is kind of odd. Also, especially because you guys are basically high-paid garbage men, right? So that's a little odd. But you guys, all four of you, find yourselves on this ship. You kind of get to know each other over the course of a day or two. This is the first time, obviously, some of you have worked with a Sathar, for example, from this friendly clan, and, that type of thing. So anyways, you guys are sent out of port from Dixon Star. You guys are sent to a system known as the Zebulon system. And you guys have heard of this system. It's not a populated system. This is a kind of a newer system that's been discovered. It has 3 habitable planets. One of them seems to have a lot of life forms. You know that there's a bunch of research vessels there. Now, the Pan-Galactic Corp is often responsible for doing things like research for the United Planetary Federation. So, it's not unusual that you would be sent there. It would be unusual if citizens were sent here, because this is a restricted zone. But you guys are going to be sent in. I mean, you look at the manifest. There's, and the set of things that you guys are going to be responsible for doing, and it includes things like, grabbing a satellite here from, the 3rd planet and going to the 2nd planet and dropping off some supplies on another satellite, and then, going to, one of these orbital platforms and dropping off more supplies and picking up some, research specimens and yada yada yada. And you guys come out of, hyperdrive or whatever approximate hyperdrive in the Star Frontiers universe, and almost immediately you guys hear a signal. So there is a distress call which comes up on the main line. Now, being the captain, Gramps, you know that this is a smaller ship. There is no personal communication as far as that goes. Like, everybody can hear, anything that comes up on the main lines. So as soon as you guys come out of hyperspace, you basically get this call. So you hear this message. It starts, Mayday, Mayday, this is Lifeliner 928, LL928. We have just had a power surge that's temporarily compromised all engines, including life support and shields. We are requesting assistance. Location is orbit of Volturnus at 12.93.48. Those are just coordinates. In the Zebulon system, we have 16 crew. Time left at current energy levels is 25 days. Not a minute later, you guys are just processing that information. You guys are checking to see if there's anybody else around. I mean, you wouldn't be the first person to normally respond to these calls. If there's a military vessel, they might be the first, etc. So you're just scoping out the scene, and a minute later you get a second distress signal, and it's from the same ship. Inconsistent reports from crew. Engine hit to shields. Medic reports 2 injuries. Biological containment may be compromised. Time left at current energy levels is 11 days. So really quickly they said that their energy levels are 25 days or so. Now it's down to 11. And that's standard for a distress call. They're going to tell you how long they can survive on their own, you know, that kind of thing. That's important information. But you heard some of the words kind of get garbled during that signal. There was a next distress call that came up, and that's not even a minute later, like 40 seconds later. Energy rapidly serious energy leak. Engineers cause. Compressor is inconsistent, and sending may be compressor. Battery is functional. Time 17 hours.
Oh, boy.
And about a minute later, you get a last call, which is. I'm going to send you guys the document, and you can read it without my garble.
I like the garble.
Garble's not too bad. I'll send that over to you in just a second. So you get this distress signal. Now, attached to the distress signal, as normally is the case, is some set of information, like there's a manifest for the ship. So there will be a crew manifest that also comes with the distress signal, which you'll get. Let me pipe those over to you. Here we go. Distress signal. I'm really liking that the music works. I don't know if it'll come out in the recording though, right?
It doesn't. No.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Because it's groovy. Right. So I sent you guys the distress signal, received, and the crew manifest.
Yeah, so the last bit is all garbly 311.
Yeah. Now, obviously, you know, once you've kind of processed this information, you know, the first thing you notice is there's nobody else responding to the signal in the system, and that means it's going to be your duty to do so. Another thing that's kind of important to note is that, you know, this system seems to be orbiting. It's a research vessel, and it's orbiting the largest planet of the system. So you know that they've been doing research here. I mean, this is part of the big find of this system. I mean, at some point, it may be that this system may become habitable. It's already basically terraformed. I've got another thing to send you. Okay, there we go.
Did you send that third thing, Tomes?
It is coming to you just in a second.
Gotcha, yep.
So,
Okay.
what do you guys want to do?
Well, obviously, we've got to go help those poor people.
Yes, that's
Yes.
fantastic. Opportunity is presenting itself.
Yeah, I mean, what's the worst that could happen? We'll get in, get out, take care of stuff. It'll be easy.
Like always.
as his polyvox. You know, you're getting used to the sound of the polyvox. You're not sure if all Rusk sound like that or what, but now if you set a direct chorus, you're looking at maybe like 30, 40 minutes.
Okay.
So
why would we want to do anything but a direct course?
That's it. You set a direct course. You tell the
Yeah.
pilot that, your friend Larry comes up to you, Captain, should we set a direct course?
Yeah.
Grumble, grumble. All right.
Is
You're
there
off.
any
Yeah,
way
we're
to
confident.
decode the garbled messages?
That's a good question. There may be. I mean, you're an engineer, so that's the kind of stuff you've kind of dealt with before. Why don't you give me a repair, a no computers roll. So
Okay.
your no computers is a D6.
Okay. Is it plus another die?
Yeah, so you guys are all, wild die or whatever. Wild.
Right.
Is it called wild die? Yes.
Wild die, yeah.
So you always roll an extra D6 with your D6.
It does that. Okay.
Nice.
A 4.
Now, as far as regular tasks in Savage World, so here's a little bit of Savage World recap. We'll do it kind of as we go.
I can use one.
Yeah, so a success is generally 4 for a medium difficulty task. If something is very difficult, as maybe descrambling a garbled message might be, then you might need something a little bit higher than a 4, right? So it may be a 6 or an 8 or who knows what, right? So in this case, I mean, it looks like there's definitely been something messing with the message. It doesn't look particularly malicious. I mean, it looks kind of like there's been some disturbance with the communication signal in some way, and it definitely looks like it got worse as the messages came through. But the way that the message has been tweaked is pretty random and garbled. You don't think that it's something consistent or there's an easy algorithm to descramble that.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it's encrypted or something like that.
Just things are broken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it looks nigh impossible to try to figure out what's going on there.
Okay.
That said, you do know that the ship that sent the signal, depending on where the signal broke down, I mean, it could have broke down in transit, or it could have broke down because of the communication equipment on the ship itself. So if it broke down in transit, you might get the real distress signal from the ship itself when you get to the ship.
Oh.
Obviously, maybe it's too late. Who knows? I mean, but the ship itself might have the actual distress signal. So you guys are setting a direct course. You're heading over there, getting all your equipment ready, charging up your energy belts, and hence all this gear. And obviously, when you get to a ship, one of the first things you're going to do is you're going to dock with a ship. So this is your little shuttle. This is our docking shuttle. Now, our docking shuttle has 2 components, right? It obviously has an area for the crew to sit in here, but back in the back here, this is a large parabattery. And a parabattery is the fancy Savage, Star Frontier's word for big battery, like for cars and stuff, right? Because they don't use gasoline. So a parabattery, this one here is not so much to power the ship. Really, this is used to charge other vessels. So you guys know that part of your responsibilities is to go to a ship that may have been floating out in space for months. It may be completely dead. And so normally in an airlock, in a docking bay, you can plug in and charge the ship up enough to give it enough power so that you've got lights, gravity, something.
Or space AAA. That's what you're saying.
That's it. So I'm going to go ahead and plug your little dudes into here.
Sweet.
There's our little weapons guy. And of course our Dralicite. So now this isn't what you're flying in. You're flying in a much larger vessel, and your large vessel has a small crew area and then a large cargo bay area, because you guys obviously have to pick up a lot of crap. And so this little shuttle is what's used to go from ship to ship. Normally your ship is so large that you yourself cannot dock with other large ships. You use this little docking shuttle to get down and back and forth. All right, so you're on your way there. Now, on the way, your good pilot here, the human pilot, his name is Bill. He says that he's looked up the schematics for the Lifeliner. Because you guys have access to somewhat restricted systems, being members of the Pan-Galactic Corps. Let's see here. Let me get this over to you. There you guys go. So you've got a little schematic there. And if you open that up, you'll see, it's got kind of a little picture of the ship. And this little document I sent you has both the Lego version
Nice.
and the non-Lego version, just because it's hard to read the Lego picture there. But effectively, if you were at a table, you'd be looking at that Lego, right? This is where I bring out the beast, and in fact, you can kind of see it here in the background. So we'll be approaching it soon enough, right? So for those who are watching a recording, here's the front of the ship. You can see kind of the, well, let me see if I can get a good shot. There you go.
Nice.
There's the front, and as you go through, you can see kind of the labels of the different rooms within the ship. Now it's got a front part here, and then there's a little joinway in the middle. There's usually escape pods on both sides here, and then this is the back of the ship where we have engines, a cargo bay, and this is where all of our research happens, biological and research bays. The front of the ship has crew quarters, and then over here there's kind of like the mess hall, med bays, and there's 2 airlocks. So normally you can attach to the ship either here on airlock 1 or airlock 2, on either of those.
Okay.
So I sent you guys a schematic. It's effectively the same thing. And you'll notice a couple of things. Now, do any of you guys have knowledge of ships? Let's take a look. Right here, our captain has no ships. Yeah, and I think that's the only person who does. So no ships, you have a D4. So you want to roll a D4 plus a D6, and between the two, figure out which one is higher.
Okay.
Right? Do you know how to use the system? I don't even know if I remember how.
I actually just rolled in.
Got it.
You see in Dice Stream?
Let me see. Let me add it. Dice Stream.
Can you see on my screen? I have the results of the roll.
Oh.
Right above my head.
Oh yeah, I see it. Very nice.
Yeah.
I got to add that. So you've got a 2 or a 3, right? So you don't add them in Savage Worlds. You use one or the other. And so in our case, 3 is the higher of the 2 rolls. Now, you guys also have bennies. I forgot to mention that, being Savage Worlds, of course. Now, in our case, our bennies are these guys. 1 credit, United Planetary Federation chips.
Nice.
So these are our monetary units, and I'll go ahead and place them near your little characters here. So everybody gets 3 of them.
I get an extra 1 because I'm lucky.
That's right. So you've got the lucky edge there, so I'll put 4 there. That'll keep track of them. And then, why not? I'll put 3 on the other guys. Our elderly guy with the nerves of steel, our old grizzled warrior. And we've got Amy over here, our pacifist healer. Okay, so you can decide to keep that roll 2 or 3. 3 is effectively your number, and you know that that's not necessarily a success at a medium difficulty task, or you can decide to use a Benny and reroll.
I don't want to start spending bennies this early.
All right.
So, besides, I'm overconfident. I know everything about ships.
Let's just go dock it. It's fine.
Let me tell you about
I'm
ships.
playing my hindrance.
That's
I
right.
want that to be noted.
An extra Benny. Oh, and by the way, so I can be, again, if you play those hindrances, I should try to be good, but remind me if I'm not the best GM at remembering to reward bennies. I will say this, though, at different times in the game, bennies will come up. So there are certain timed events. If those occur, I'll give you a Benny. That happened later in the game. And if we're doing initiative with the cards and somebody gets a joker, a player gets a joker, everyone gets a Benny.
Nice.
That way I don't have to remember. All right, and you don't feel too cheated. So anyways, you've got the schematic. You guys are headed over there. One thing you notice by looking at the schematic is there's a lot of airlocks going on in this ship, right? So like these kind of yellow doors that you see there,
right,
in between quarters, those are usually expected over here, between an airlock and the ship, and they might be expected between major parts of the ship, but you notice there's like a lot of them, especially in the back of the
this
ship.
place off. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's very sealable.
Yeah.
And maybe that's expected. I mean, you're not that familiar with this category of ship. It's a little bit, the ship is not a standard vessel. It's a bit of a kind of a weirder research vessel. So, maybe that's normal, maybe that's not. but you don't have too much experience with those. So you guys are heading there, and first of all, any questions? You've got about 30 minutes as you head there, so if there's anything else you want to know, ask me.
Would the name Lifeliner mean anything to me?
I mean, it seems like a little bit of a strange name. I mean, again, this is, that this is an orbital platform that circles a ship. It doesn't normally land on a ship. Probably there's some kind of shuttle or something which goes down back and forth between the planet's surface and this ship. Lifeliner, I mean, it could be a kind of like again, a research vessel. So maybe a lot of the researchers, probably live most of the time on this ship. Maybe they get sent back and forth between this system. Probably most of the people doing research on this ship are actual full-time researchers. So they're not the kind of people who will be sent down to a dangerous planetary surface. They're not involved in managing the ship itself. And in fact, if you look at this is a pretty big crew area here. So if you look at the manifest, there's 16 crew on this ship. The first 6 include things like the captain, the pilot, science officer, communication officer, there's a robotics and an engineer. All those guys manage the ship. They do not do research. The second 8 members of the crew are all biological researchers. So they probably have nothing to do with managing the ship. They just have to do with working back there in those research bays or biology bays. So there's probably some kind of like laboratories or something on here, would be your guess. You've heard Lifeliner before, but you've never actually experienced being on a vessel of this class.
Looking at the schematics, could I make a smarts roll to try to maybe determine why they would need to be able to be so sealed up? I mean, can we expect like different types of atmospheres or things like that?
Sure, absolutely. Okay. And your smarts is a D10, so do the D10 and then the D6.
Okay. 1 and a 10.
Nice. Oh, 10 is big. That's an explosion, if I'm not mistaken, right?
So roll it again.
Yes.
Okay. 6.
So 16, right? So in Savage Worlds, obviously a 4 is a success for a medium difficulty task, and then every 4 above that is a raise. So an 8 would be 1 raise, a 12 would be 2 raises, and then a 16 would be 3 raises, right? So you've kind of succeeded extra specially, right? Mm-hmm. And yeah, in this case, I mean, to you it seems obvious, and in fact, you're kind of looking at this thing, already thinking about it when you realize the captain looks a little bit, kind of like they don't understand what's going on, but to you it seems a little bit obvious, and at that point you kind of chime in, and I mean, part of the reason this is probably the case is, I mean, there's sensitive biological stuff here. I mean, there could be all sorts of emergencies, right? Mm-hmm. And so they need to be able to shut down parts of the ship to basically protect the rest of the ship. Okay. So these kind of like larger walls in between these different rooms, those are normally of the kind of the width that you would see on the edge of the ship. So definitely, this is for the protection of the rest of the crew. If there's an emergency, the captain can just shut these doors down and prevent anybody from being able to exit, including the researchers themselves. So, and they may know that, maybe that's part of the line of work or something like that.
Kind of a holding pen in a lot of ways.
Absolutely. And it wouldn't surprise you if there's probably a way to maybe vacuum out the contents of this,
right?
In the case of a dire emergency. But so you mentioned that to the captain and the rest of the crew, and everybody's given you knowing looks like, oh yeah, of course, okay, that makes sense. So you guys are quickly approaching the vessel, and you're almost getting a visual, and the pilot, Bill, he's like, Captain, we're almost there. You can probably see it out the port side window, and when you take a look, you can actually see it not that far away. So at that point in time, you're actually able to see a couple of things. So first of all, you'll notice that the engines, the actual thrusters and everything are perfectly, undamaged, right? So all of that looks good. Another thing
That's really amazing.
is that the escape pods are both there. So it doesn't look like anybody's tried to leave the ship. And that's a little bit odd to you. especially because the ship is completely dark. So what you don't see, what you should see, especially this soon after the distress call, I mean, it's only been about, just under an hour since they sent the call, there are no lights in the ship at all. It looks like it's dead. You've seen ships like this, but they're normally floating for a significant amount of time before they get to kind of that state. Normally there's backup lights and, there's backup batteries, redundant systems, especially in a lot of these kind of ships. So you wouldn't expect even power loss in the main power compartment. I mean, you wouldn't expect it to have this negative an effect. Now there is one funny thing, which is over here on this airlock, there's something kind of connected to it which doesn't look, oops, did I connect right? There we go. Doesn't look quite right. There is a piece of fragment of a ship connected to airlock 1. And it almost looks like something was docked there and maybe kind of exploded or was shot down. But it just looks kind of odd.
Can we swing around and get a better look at that?
Oh, absolutely. So you guys start swinging around to take a better look. Now, one thing that's interesting about this is it doesn't look like, as you guys are kind of like swinging around and looking at the ship, your weapons guy, Larry, he's, kind of surly and stuff, but he happens to mention, there's no scratches on the ship. It doesn't look like there's been any damage, and in fact, there does not look like there's been any damage. You guys are shining, lights from your vessel just so you can take a better look, especially because there are no lights off of this ship. And yeah, I mean, you don't see any scuffing except right around where this ship is attached.
Does it look like it exploded?
It does kind of look like it exploded, but you're not. There's something weird about the ship. Like, it doesn't look familiar to you. Some of the technology looks a little odd too. If it was a ship that you were familiar with, then maybe you would kind of be able to make a better, a better analysis of what had happened. But it definitely looks a little odd.
And that's blocking the one airlock, right? There's one airlock on the other side, but...
Correct. So you can still board on airlock 2. That doesn't look damaged at all. But this one definitely looks like it's unserviceable.
Right.
In fact, you wouldn't be surprised, given what it looks like there, you wouldn't be surprised if the airlock doesn't, maybe there's some kind of like pressurization issue here.
Oh, okay.
There might be holes in part of the ship. Although, again, most of the ship looks completely undamaged. So maybe it's like it could be a local problem, who knows.
What a strange vessel.
Is there any way to dock with the instrument panels to get readouts on or get any kind of more information?
Absolutely. And so normally what you do is when you want to actually dock with the ship, you would take your shuttle and swing down and dock with it, and at that point in time you can charge up the ship. Now, unfortunately, with ships of this class, I mean, you've dealt with a couple of government vessels before, you probably won't be able to access the systems from outside the ship. Normally what you can do is when you get in the airlock, there'll be a couple of, there's some systems there. And even there, you may not have access to the ship systems, but you may be able to get some information. Normally in a ship like this, throughout the ship, you should find consoles, and those consoles will provide some amount of data about what's going on. So likely story is you're not going to get too much from out here. You're probably going to have to get in to get more information. I mean, this is 1982 Star Frontiers. We're not talking about Wi-Fi, right? Everything's wired.
We've got to plug in.
That's right.
Okay, so we're going to swing around and dock on the other side?
Sure thing.
Can we scan for vital signs at all?
You can try to, yeah.
Okay.
So, and you can actually send signals to the ship and try to get communication from them. Okay. And sometimes ships have, even in a case like this where all the power is completely shot, sometimes there's individual kind of portable or emergency subspace radios. So if somebody has one of those on a ship, they may be trying to communicate out. So it's totally possible that somebody's sending a signal. So you guys quickly go through the list of different station frequencies for your the subspace signals, and the first thing you notice straight away is there's some kind of weird electromagnetic disturbance coming from the ship. At first you're not able to pinpoint it, but it definitely seems to be emanating from the ship itself, and it's preventing any kind of communication with the ship. Now, it could be nobody's trying to communicate. That's also possible. But when you're trying to send signals, you're hearing this weird, it's almost like the equivalent of static, right? And kind of a weird static. You should normally hear silence, not like this weird kind of staticky gurgling. Now, let me see here. You have knowledge of computers, so give me a no computers roll as far as trying to communicate here. And your no computers is a D6. So, oh, I need to get that app, by the way. What's it called? Dice Stream?
Yeah, Dice Stream.
It's
right
great.
Add it. All right. When I say add, it takes me to this thing. Oh, there it is. It's Dice Stream right there. This isn't as hard as I make it out to be. All right, it's added. Yay.
Okay, so was that Gramps or was that Snotty?
That's going to be Snotty.
Oh, okay, all right.
I don't have no computer, so I figured it must be you.
Okay, a 5.
5. All right. So you are able to pick up a weird signal. So you get this, like, if you wait long enough, you're about to hear that, okay, let's go ahead and dock, or hey, are you not getting a signal? And right when I think everybody's about to give up, you're still on it, and you get something, and it's definitely not static. There's a little bit of a signal, like as if somebody's trying to communicate, and you kind of zero in on the frequency, and you're playing around with it a little bit, and there's definitely some kind of disturbance that's garbling it up, but at the same time, and one thing you notice because of your your intuition earlier about the distress signal is the kind of garble that you see looks very similar. So the kind of static that's in that message is the same kind of static that was preventing you from reading that distress signal. However, the little parts that you get, and you do get little snippets that you're sure are clear, they sound like it doesn't sound like something you're familiar with. It's definitely not the pan-galactic language.
It's not Veruskian, is it?
And it's not Veruskian.
Okay.
It's not clicky enough.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a little bit more slurpy sounding.
Oh.
But yeah, it's definitely not something you're familiar with.
Captain, does that sound like Zathar?
Does it? Would I need to roll?
No, you don't need to roll. In some cases, I'm going to send you a signal, and it may be as simple as saying no, it doesn't, but I'm going to have you say that.
Okay.
So when I whisper to you guys, do you guys see that?
I do.
Okay. Are there notifications for those things? Like if you're looking at, I noticed that like if I click on the picture, then I don't see the text, the little chat messages. Is it easy for you?
Yeah, I think I got a little bloop once when you did it, but
okay, cool.
Right now I have it open. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Okay, cool.
Anyway, no, I have no idea what that language is.
And I'm going to say this straight out. This is something that I find really funny to do in and I'm kind of doing it on purpose here, real fun to do at the cons, is whenever I talk to, especially the Sathar, but even with the other players, like I start pulling them out of the room, even to give them like totally normal information.
Totally.
And my friend Howie was like, "Stop pulling me out. Everybody's suspicious." I'm like, "You're a Sathar. Everyone's suspicious."
You are guilty until proven innocent.
That's right. All right.
I don't know what's going on, but I think the worm knows something's up.
Yeah. So, anyways, I mean, it doesn't sound like anything you've heard before, and I mean, to be honest, I mean, your captain here is telling you it's not Sathar, and you've heard a little bit of Sathar before. I mean, everybody has, to some extent,
right.
But it's like you've heard Chinese and you've never spoken Chinese.
Right.
Like, like that Japanese sounds like Chinese.
Right.
So who knows, right? Yeah, so you can't make heads or tails out of it, but there's definitely some disturbance from the ship. The longer you kind of look at it, you have a feeling that it's kind of coming from the backside of the ship, the disturbance.
Backside meaning
like this kind of rear end of the ship, like where the engines are and where the research bays are. It doesn't seem to be emanating from here, and that's only your preliminary analysis. I mean, you're an engineer, so the first thing you're doing is kind of zeroing in on frequencies and stuff. So, you're looking at your oscilloscope. So.
Well, Captain, shall we dock?
I don't think there's anything more we can learn from out here. Let's do it.
All right. Now, in regards to docking, right now you guys are being remotely controlled by the human pilot on the main ship, and just because he's a better pilot. Now, obviously, in an emergency, you guys could pilot this ship, but there's normally no need to when you've got somebody remotely doing it who's got better skills at that kind of stuff. Now, there's something I'm going to be sending you guys in just a second here. Where is it? There we go. There's a decision you guys are going to have to make. Now, normally, whenever you dock on a ship that doesn't have completely functional energy, oops, there we go. One thing that you guys need to decide is how much energy to, basically how do you want to jumpstart it, right? So let's see here. I'm going to send you guys information about the PDS, or the Power Delivery System.
I was already starting to think there, Gramps, that if we give it full power, I don't know if that might make us in a worse situation than if we just turn some lights on. I don't be able to have control of all the airlock doors, or by turning everything on, do we suddenly just because obviously they've turned this thing off for a reason, hopefully.
Well, you're assuming they turned it off, that it was a voluntary decision.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the little snippets you get from the distress signal, I mean, they sound a little bit confused about, they talk about power surges and compromising engines and life support and things like that. They request assistance, so it doesn't really sound like they turned it off on their own, but there's a little bit of room for interpretation there. So, I mean, it's possible. So the document I sent you is the Power Delivery System. Are you guys taking a look at that right now?
Yeah.
So what you'll notice is that your Power Delivery System has a parabattery, and that parabattery has 10,000 SEU, or standard energy units of power, right? That's a lot.
No,
and so, I mean, again, AAA, right? So what you can do is you can jumpstart the ship, and there's different jumpstart levels that you can choose, 1 through 4, right? So, for example, choosing jumpstart level 1 only costs you 1,000 SEU out of your 10,000. So a minimal cost, and it starts up the life support systems for the ship. But that's all it starts up, right? At level 2, for 2,000 SEU, you can start up your life support systems and the backup lights, because right now the ship is entirely in the dark. There's no emergency lights as well, right? Now, you guys, those of you who have a vac suit, you do have like a very small kind of like pen light up on your shoulder that can be turned on. So you do have a small frame of vision that you can use, especially for fine work. But you definitely don't have kind of enough light to easily navigate a ship. It's going to be a big pain in the ass. At jumpstart level 3, which is 4,000 SEU, you've got your life supports. You can turn on the backup lights, the ship systems, which means the ship computers, because otherwise you don't have those on either. And you can basically choose between either putting on standard lights, so the light is not dim lighting, or having a gravity field, right? And so that means you can get around faster and easier. Now, normally, when you guys go and are responsible for picking up a ship like this, the recommendation is usually to go to jumpstart level 4, unless there's a reason not to. And that SEU cost is the highest at 8,000 or 10,000. And you get everything: life support, backup lights, ship systems, standard lights, the gravity field, so you can get around quickly, and it even enables the recharge station, so you can recharge your energy belts in any of the available stations on the ship. Basically, wherever there's kind of like a computer terminal, you can recharge your energy belts. Now, if you don't use the maximum level and you don't have the recharge stations, that's okay. I mean, you can still recharge your belts, but you got to go back to your shuttle to do that, right? So you can do that in your shuttle, if nothing else.
Engineer, what's your recommendation?
Well, the fact that the power has gone off unexpectedly, possibly, we should proceed with caution. Let's just turn life support and backup systems on for backup lights on first.
Now, one thing you do know as an engineer is that the way this system works is once you've done a specific charge, you don't just add the next cost to go to the next level. You have to do it kind of all over again. So not to say that you can't do this. You can do 1,000 for the backup lights or whatever. Sorry, whatever the life support system. Like let's say you do 1,000 at level 1. Then if you decide to do level 4, then you do an additional 8,000. So you're spending 9,000 SEU.
Okay.
So you kind of have to take that into account.
Okay. So the recharge stations, like if we did level 3, what would we lose by not having recharge stations?
It just means that if you want to recharge your belts, you just have to go back to the shuttle. But
And how fast do the power burn on the belts?
I mean, each like shooting a laser may take 2 or 3 SEU. If you have an Albedo screen, like you've got an Albedo screen that protects you from lasers. So if somebody shoots a laser at you, you're losing 2 or 3 SEU. And you've got 16. So I mean, they should last okay, depending on what you're up to.
Right. This game should be called Regret.
The only other disadvantage of level 3 is you're either choosing between standard lights, so you don't have dim lighting, or you can have dim lighting, the emergency lights, and a gravity field. So you can choose between standard lights or a gravity field. You have to choose one. I mean, there's not enough energy to really power both at level 3.
And how long is the power-up good for?
I mean, it should be good for, probably like 2 days or something. I mean, like normally the time frames that you guys have for going in and taking care of a ship is relatively low. So, I mean, it should last for a while. That shouldn't be a concern.
Oh boy. All right, let's do this with level 3, and we'll have a gravity field with low lights.
Okay. Does that sound good, Captain?
Regret begin.
All right.
Captain is overconfident, so sure, we're not going to need to recharge those belts.
That's right. So you guys go ahead and set it up. I'm not even going to have you roll for any of that. I mean, you're a competent, very smart engineer, and this is a pretty simple task. So you go ahead and plug it in. Within a second or two, you see the entire ship. You kind of slowly see some kind of lights turn on and things like that. And almost immediately, you can tell that the airlock door over here, you can now open it without having to do a manual override. So normally, if you did not power the ship at all and you just decide to go in full darkness, I mean, every single door you go through, you'd have to do some kind of manual override, and that takes a significant amount of time. Because of security systems in place, you might not always be able to get through as well. But in this case, that's not an issue. So, I mean, it looks good. You can see through the small window that's available to you here, which is pretty thick. I mean, you're not able to get a good, clear view of what's in there, but you do see that there's now a light in this room over here.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, did you go for the full lighting or the gravity?
Gravity.
Okay. Well, don't forget I have the infrared goggles, which might help with the low light.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. At least one of us has infrared goggles. So.
And definitely your friend Larry here, he's already put his goggles up on top of his head because, he can deal with the low light without an issue.
The two of us, yeah.
Right.
Pretty well. So activate the airlock, and then, is that yellow door, the first one, is that sealed?
This is the door right here, and you'd be getting into this airlock room right here. This guy is the next door, which goes into the ship itself.
Okay.
But yeah, but you guys, you want to open it up? Easy enough.
Sounds good.
All right, let's do it.
All right. So you guys go ahead and open that up.
I've seen pictures of this. I just see it in person or online. It's just amazing.
It's a different experience.
Yeah, I love
really
Lego.
It's so cool.
Here, I'm going to give you the view of the little computer terminal there. All right. So, yeah, I mean, you open the door. You guys can basically, there's kind of like a system here where you've got one door here, you've got a little kind of port area, and then somebody can enter this room kind of initially. So if you're worried about, pressurization, lack of oxygen, things like that, normally you send somebody in who's got a vac suit. I mean, that's kind of standard protocol. Another thing that's important to notice is that the Vrusk and the Savar are a little bit larger than the other races here. So when you're going between one room and another, the Vrusk or the Savar will have to go one at a time, whereas the other two could probably fit simultaneously between one door and another. Somebody's kind of have to go first, as it were, to get in there.
Why, I'm the captain. It's my duty. I'll go first.
Excellent choice, Captain.
All right. So let's see. We got our captain, which is right there. So basically, you go in there, and the captain, you do have a vac suit, right? So you have your vac suit on, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Right. So, and again, standard protocol. You go in there, and the first thing you notice is, the computer terminal right over here has got some little blinky lights on it. I mean, it does look like it's functional. You do notice that
flashing lights.
Yeah, you'll notice there's a little yellow signal here. That's kind of like a warning signal, a little warning indicator. Whereas over on the other side, there's a green signal, basically showing that there isn't anything wrong to exit. So you're not sure what that's about exactly. There is a basically kind of like a frosted glass window through which you can see kind of this other hallway. And that other hallway, again, you can't really make anything out in there. You can see there's, again, some dim light in there. You don't notice any movement, so you don't actually see anything moving. You have a notice skill, right? Yeah. Go ahead and give me a notice roll.
What's that, D6?
Yeah, your D6, and you're going to roll 2D6 and take the higher of the two.
4.
4, nice. So, so there's a couple things. First of all, on this wall over here, kind of this back wall, you notice that there is a little closet there, and there should be a bunch of what you would assume would be vac suits in there. Normally, there are usually a couple of them in an airlock, and they're completely missing. So the closet that would normally hold about 4 vac suits is empty. That's the first thing you notice. The other thing is, while you're looking through this little window here, you think you notice some movement. You can swear that something moves across it, but then you don't see anything again, just the light. So there's almost like a little shadow that crossed the light, but then nothing. And you keep looking and you just don't see anything there.
All right, I will communicate all of this back to the weapons specialist with our comm links, whatever they're called.
Your chronocoms.
Chronocoms.
That's right.
It's a watch. It's a phone. It's a phone watch.
It's the future. So you guys are communicating back and forth. I mean, first of all, you almost immediately know now that there's oxygen on the ship. Your suit is actually telling you that the oxygen is a little bit light on the outside, not kind of at optimum levels. But I mean, again, the distress signal went out, like just about an hour or something ago. I mean, that's normally, even if the entire life support system went down, you would still expect breathable oxygen in a ship this size for probably 2 days.
Okay.
Or at least a day and a half or something. I mean, the main reason you're being cautious is because obviously if there's been holes punched through the ship, well, then there's no breathable oxygen. But, that doesn't seem to be the case. So.
Okay.
So by the way, right now I'm knocking 1 SCU off of your belt because you have your vac suit on, right? So you're basically breathing oxygen for it. As soon as you decide to turn it off, it'll stop using energy. But at this point, it'll continue to use energy as you're using the oxygen from the vac suit.
Okay. Well, I guess once I'm in there, no, I'm gonna keep it on for a little while.
Sure.
I think. Who in the group has the best computer skill?
Definitely your friend here, Snotty.
Snotty, can you get in here and see what you can do with the computer?
Yes, of course, I'll do that right now. I'll take a big sniff as I come through. I don't have my vac suit activated.
Okay. And you come in. It smells a little bit like the air is stale.
Smoky at
Just
all? Like there's something burned?
no, you don't. You don't get a sense
Concealed?
of any other thing in the air. I mean, really, it smells almost like slightly stale, especially coming from your shuttle where the air is clean.
Okay.
But again, and even that's not unusual. I mean, you've smelled it before. If sometimes they shut down life support systems for a short period of time to do maintenance, and then they bring it back up again. And sometimes during that period, it'll kind of get that stale smell a little bit. So, but you don't smell anything unusual.
Okay.
Actually, once I see Snotty coming in without his helmet on, I'll take mine off.
Sure. Okay. So yeah, you've only used one SEU from activating the vac suit.
And in typical Verusk fashion, I start to just like skitter over like half of the wall like a roach, and just kind of like take up way too much space.
Yeah, and your I'll say that your climbing ability. So most Vrusks don't so much skitter on walls randomly, but you are an unusual breed, and part of your pads, your particular species of Vrusk, is able to do a little bit more of the climbing walls than normal. So that's kind of where your climbing skill comes from.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, so Gramps, you see this, and it kind of puts you on edge a little bit. I mean, you don't have an aversion to insects or anything, but it's kind of weird that he just goes up a wall. It kind of puts you off. You do see the first thing you notice though, Snotty, is the computer system does seem to be turned on.
Okay.
So that's a positive sign.
I try to run a diagnostic or anything that might give us more of a detailed report versus the one we got over the
Sure.
space
Why don't you give
radio.
me a no? Yeah, give me a no computers, which is a D6.
D6, okay. Ooh, 1 and a 3, bad.
Okay. Do you want to keep that?
No, I'll spend a penny. Might as well.
Sure. All right, I'm pulling one Benny from your pile.
All right. And I did not write down all the things that I said. What was my hindrance thing? Was it curious?
Sorry, yeah, your hindrance was curious and your edge was MacGyver. I want to send you guys pictures of that. I should have taken some time to do it a while ago. But.
Okay. Do I roll the whole thing over again or just one die?
Both dice. Yeah, okay. Sorry.
Okay. Oh, there we go. That's better. Benny power. So I'll roll that exploded one again.
Nice.
11. Total thing.
Okay. So nice. So you see Snotty go up to the computer, Gramps, and it just starts clicking away, and the fingers are a little bit weird. But
like
they
three hands all going at once.
Yeah. Well, I mean, their hands are also kind of like this weird kind of insecty, clickety kind of. They've got that kind of motion. It's kind of odd for you because your hands are kind of like these weird desiccated things that you fill with liquid. So you guys have very, Sadar, you got a very gentle touch, but he's got this very clickety-clackety kind of thing, and it kind of grates on your nerves a little bit. But, you start getting into it, and, the first thing you see is, a bunch of messages about the system coming up. I sent that over to you. You can take a quick look at it, and you can relay any of the information.
Okay. This is this is where the online part is great because now I'm eagerly downloading information.
Exactly.
Let's see. There is a critical severity, the pressurization breach between airlock 1 and the outside, the pressurization breach between entryway and the mess hall. Engine 1
while you're reading that, let me show on the screen. I'll show kind of because you guys know the schematics of the ship. So you're mentioning the pressurization breach between airlock 1 and the outside.
Okay.
There's also a breach between these two rooms.
Entryway and the mess hall.
Entryway and the mess hall.
Engine 1 not responding. Engine 2 not responding.
Engine 1 not responding. Engine 2 not responding.
There are errors here. Biology Bay 1 under lockdown.
That's this guy.
Biology Bay containment breach 142, 143, and 211.
That doesn't seem to mean too much to you.
Okay, research bay containment breach again.
It's this guy.
Warning, the air quality is at 53%. Warning, the bridge bay door lock manually engaged.
That's this guy.
The escape pod 1 door lock manually engaged.
It's this guy.
Communication network is currently offline. The mess hall requires cleaning. Service pod.
Require cleaning.
Oh boy, here we go. Service pod Jeeves 1 coming online. Security bot Res 1 coming online. Security bot Res 2 coming online. There you go. That's all I found.
Now, one thing that you're sitting there busily using that system, and although that's the preliminary information that it's giving you, you're also trying to get to see if you have some access to the rest of the system, the rest of the ship. And it is a very secure vessel. Most of the time, just by this first checking, that there's definitely some kind of firewall between what's going on here and the rest of the ship. It's almost a physical disconnection, although that would be impossible for a couple of different reasons. But it would be very difficult to get from here to get access to any of the information that's out here. But you do know that, one, you may be able to get some information. I'll send you something separate if you're able to punch through. But you do know that once you get to inside the ship, there should be various terminals kind of scattered around the ship. And whenever you see one, those kind of terminals should have access to the ship. And because you guys work for the PGC, the Pan Galactic Corp, you guys can probably circumnavigate some of those security protocols, even if you don't have proper authorization. You can, because you're pretty good at computers and pretty clever. But normally, a standard Joe going onto the ship would not be able to access any of the information here. The security protocols involved are just too intense.
Okay. Are there cameras in the computer system at all?
There are cameras around the ship. You can even see one up in the top corner of the airlock. Mm-hmm. What you can't do from this terminal is, you can't view the information on that camera or any of the other cameras on the ship. So you suspect that if somebody's got a working terminal and has the right access, they can probably view, different ports on the ship. You'd suspect.
That might be the bridge.
Right here.
Yeah, is that where you think that would be more likely of a place to where the control systems for that kind of thing might be?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. And then there was a note that said the bridge had been locked down, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it sounds like the door was locked from the inside.
Okay. And typical security protocols would be not something that I could probably override from any place else.
It's possible. It would take some serious hacking.
Right.
But it's probably not beyond your skills. It depends a little bit on whoever programmed this thing. So you'd need to have a proper terminal to access.
Right.
From inside the ship. But once you get inside the ship, you can probably try to work around it. Especially if you're at the physical door. There's probably a secondary way to get around it. Again, it may either be time-consuming or it may be just very difficult, depending on whoever has programmed the ship. But it's not impossible.
Okay. Captain, I think I've gotten all the information I can get. We should probably proceed.
All right, let's bring Amy and Larry along with us.
So,
what a
Amy
bunch of space
Larry. Yeah. And they've got their military skiing suits on, so obviously they were kind of waiting behind until you knew things were quote unquote safe.
Yeah, I think they'd better stay in this room too until we can assure them that the breached areas have oxygen and stuff.
Right. Yeah.
But at least let's have them here and not stuck in the ship.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Hold on just a second here. Okay, so again, you can see through that kind of frosty window. You can see there's light in that entryway. But again, what you notice is all these doors with the yellow bricks that you're seeing here. These are like they're kind of like double pressurization doors. So basically, you can open this door, you can get into this little center room, and then you have to you have to close the door behind you, open the next door, and then get in. So basically, 1 or 2 people are going at a time. And again, this seems to be something about this ship. Maybe it's because it's a biological vessel. Maybe it's just a high security ship.
So each door is like a tiny little mini airlock.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're not going to find out anything more by staying here. Let's press forward.
All right. Hold on just a second. So who's going through?
Well, I probably will unless anyone tries to stop me.
All right.
I will. I'm not quite so overconfident that I won't put my vac suit back on, though.
Okay, cool. I mean,
especially since we had indications that the airlocks have been breached there.
Right. I mean, there was an indication that there was a breach between these 2 rooms. Now, it didn't say there was a breach between here and the airlock and outside, but it did say that there was a breach between these 2. So, there could be some issue there. So the breaches were between the airlock and the outside world, and one that was between these 2 rooms here.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. I thought it was all compromised.
Right. No. So, I mean, so there may be oxygen and and obviously there's gravity. I mean, you guys are, walking on the ground per se, except for maybe Snotty. But yeah. So, I mean, you never know.
Well, I'll go ahead without the vac suit helmet on then.
Sounds overconfident to me.
Do I get a Benny?
Sure. Charging straight in there. Why not? There's another Benny in your stack there. So, all right. So you go through, and then who's preparing to go next? So basically, Gramps is in that little center room, like right here, and then somebody's gonna kind of be ready to go next. How do you want to play it? Do you want to have them wait for you? You're gonna communicate on the chronocom, or?
Yeah, I think that would be best.
Okay, cool. So you go through. Let's punch in another room.
Oh man, I am so geeked out at this.
That's really awesome.
That was the purpose.
I'm old enough to remember back when Lego wasn't just for boys, too.
All right, let's see here. There's 1 or 2 things you'll notice here. Where's this other one? Yes.
Ooh.
Okay. So there's definitely there's some bodies going on here.
Did you do Lego Bloodstains?
Again, do you remember when I said necessity is the mother of invention? Like, I ran out of gray bricks. I completely I ran out of gray bricks, and I decided I would use some of these pretty colors.
That is awesome.
It just worked out. The story changed a little bit when I ran out of those colors.
Yeah, that's
the way to do
art dictating the story. I love it.
Absolutely. And one thing you do notice, you also notice, again, there is a computer terminal over there. 2 of them.
Okay.
So there's 2 computer terminals. Other things about the room, so there's a body here, another body over there, peeking out behind this huge crate. It looks like some kind of big storage crate or something. There's some weird machinery here that's on the wall. You're not really sure what that's about. You can already see the red light that's across here, and that signals whether or not the access door is openable, I guess. I mean, it looks like some kind of warning or error condition. One interesting thing about these computers, though, as soon as, well, you know what? Give me a notice roll, because there's a lot of stuff going on here. So let's see how much you're able to process. So yeah, you have a D6. By the way, before you give a roll, I'm going to give a quick look at the character sheets. I'm doing this kind of also because partly because because this is being recorded. I mean, in theory, somebody who's watching this could just like freeze frame or take a picture or something. Mm-hmm. That could be you guys. Could you take a picture of that?
Yeah, actually, I have a here we go, capture.
Oh yeah, right.
But wait, that's his.
You capture mine.
Oh,
Awesome.
Oops, sorry, I just moved.
Perfect. No, I got it. It was great.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let me. Oh, oops! I
That
was
was
covering
snotty.
some of that up with Benny's. Let me let you take another one there.
Okay, go on more. Got it.
Okay. Let me move these over. Okay. Can you see the whole thing?
I think so. Darn it.
I can't tell if the bottom's cut off or not because it shows more on my
Oh.
screen sometimes than on yours. Okay.
There. Got it.
Cool. And I don't know if you guys want the other dudes. I don't know if that's clear enough.
Oh, might not hurt.
Yeah, I'll grab them. The weapons gets a little bit blurry, but I can still.
Here, hold on. Let me do a close up. That way you just have each one separate. There.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. So we can all see all of the pictures.
Yeah.
Excellent.
There we go. Last one. Okay. So I'll put these little bennies there. Okay, let's get back to the action here. Okay, there we go. So yeah, give me a notice roll. Oh, you already did.
Yes, but I need to take care of the explosion there. So I'll roll one more. So 11.
Okay, cool. All right. I mean, you're able to quickly process everything. Now, one interesting thing about Sathars, they have these double pupils in each eye, so they have a very wide field of vision. They can see almost like 360. You know, and their eyes are kind of on the side of their heads as well, right? So again, kind of like one of those prey qualities. So you immediately are able to kind of process a whole bunch of stuff here. I mean, again, there's a dead body here. It's wearing some kind of suit. You immediately notice that there's puncture marks on it, so definitely it's been shot. There's another body here. Some strange equipment on the side. You don't really know what that's about. The crate is there. This equipment here, the two terminals, it looks like they've been shot up. I mean, they're completely non-functional, so they're dark, which is unfortunate. But there's a couple of marks on them. Your first guess is that they're probably laser marks because you see a couple of scratches around on the wall, which indicate to you a laser shot. Now, again, you had a very high notice roll, so I'm going to give you a lot of information here, right? And this is metagame stuff, right? But so you know, you're able to process all that. Now, your first thought is, oh, wait, lasers in a ship. That's kind of dangerous. I mean, you know, most of the ship hulls are able to handle kind of larger lasers than handhelds, but even a handheld laser could puncture, you know, a ship hull, you know, if you get a lucky shot in or just the right location, and that could cause all sorts of problems, obviously. So anybody shooting a laser on the ship doesn't really care too much about that. Also, it wouldn't be the first choice that you would have on a ship unless, you know, maybe there's no gravity. So that's your first thought is if there's no gravity, then lasers make a lot of sense, right? Whereas a lot of the other weapons don't. Suddenly a sonic weapon, you know, an inertial weapon like a pistol, or even electronic weapons may not function quite as effectively. Right?
Is the pattern of the bloodstains consistent with the idea that the bodies were shot in 0G and that everything...
Absolutely. Unlike this picture here, which looks a little bit more localized, you see that there's blood kind of all over the place, but not because it looks like it was spattered about, but more because... Yeah, likely there was 0G, there was probably blood floating around, and as soon as you turn on the gravity, everything kind of dropped. And so it does look a little bit like that, yeah.
Okay, what species are the bodies?
You have to take a closer look to figure it out. And you're not quite as familiar with these species as you are with others. But, you know, a closer look, you'd definitely be able to identify them. I mean, you know the main races.
Okay, let's see, if there's nothing else I can get on a scan of the room, I'll step forward, I guess, and try to look at the closer of the bodies.
Okay. Almost immediately, you notice one thing that kind of pops out from behind the little storage cabinet there and starts heading over to you.
Does it look friendly or not?
It looks like some kind of robot.
Robot, okay.
Hopefully it's
Is it armed?
You can't tell at this distance. Sometimes it can be hard to tell. It definitely doesn't have any large armaments on it. Like, you know, some robots have, you know, purpose-built, little cannons or, personal beam weapons. But a lot of other robots, they'll either have a handheld or they might have something that pops out. You can't tell at this distance, and with a little bit of dim lighting, and it's not coming up on your IR goggles so much, right? Because it's not really generating a lot of heat. You just see the movement of it coming at you. So it's hard to tell really what it's got, what it doesn't have.
I will relay all this information as I see it on the Chronocom. If anybody wishes to walk in, they can. I'm not going to order them in at this point, though.
Okay. So, as you were looking at all this stuff, you're kind of relaying bits and pieces, So you guys, Snotty and crew know, lasers, maybe there's no gravity, yada, 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 all that kind of stuff. On the other side of the door, what were you guys thinking? So Snotty and crew.
I kind of want to see if, there was Jeeves was the name of the service bot.
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll call out, Jeeves, are you the service bot? Jeeves?
Well, you're over on the other room, so...
I'm sorry, yeah, I'll go join.
Okay, so you're going to go next, and then the other two will come after you. So you're kind of on your way through the door. I'm just going to pop you up on top there. That means you're in the middle. So this robot's coming over to you, and it kind of stops comes up right to you. So first of all, you have a little bit of time to react. Is there anything you're doing before it comes up to you?
Let's see. I will ready my electro sword just in case.
Okay, so you pull out your sword and activate it. Now, even though you activate it, it doesn't take any energy until it actually hits. It's kind of hit activated, so you don't have to worry about energy loss or anything until you're actually doing something with it. So you pull this thing out, and this little robot comes up to you and says, "I'm sorry, there has been an incident. I will have to ask you to please turn around and leave the ship."
Okay.
It adds, "for your safety."
I
And about that
identify
time, you're starting to, the door's opening behind you, so you hear the door open behind you, and definitely one of your crew's coming in behind.
I say, "I'm Captain Gramps of the whatever ship we came from, responding to your distress signal."
Space AAA. We heard you needed a jump start.
All right,
Captain
we'll call
Gramps.
it the Space AAA.
Yep.
That's one of the questions I usually ask up in the front is, what's the name of the ship? I kind of forgot about it this time around. But, okay, so, Jeeves stops and says, "I'm sorry, I'm not aware of any distress signal. Would you like to tack to the captain?"
Very much.
"Please hold while I contact the captain." And you see him just kind of stop for a second.
I turn to Snotty here and say, "Well, that solved our communication problem."
Yeah, that's why you're the captain. Excellent job.
About 2 seconds later, Jeeves pipes up again and says, "I'm sorry, the communication network is currently down."
Well, that's fine. I'll just make my way to the bridge and knock on the door.
"I'm sorry, you do not have access to this ship."
Oh, I think we do.
Please present your credentials and identification."
I just kind of edge over to Snotty and say out the side of my mouth, "Snotty, you think we can... Do we have to fight this guy, or can we overcome his programming?"
I just take a quick look, and I see any easy access control panels on him anywhere?
Definitely. I mean, you know that there's a little area kind of on the side there that you can access, which has, that you can do maintenance type work on it. So you can definitely move up and try to access that.
Okay, yeah. So I just get a little bit closer and say, I'm going to try to I will present my credentials to you, but first I need to make sure that you are functioning properly. And I just try to go in really close and try to see if I can quickly tap out his code.
Okay, so Jeeves looks at your credentials and says, "I see that you have credentials for PGC102, and he chimes off a bunch of stuff which says kind of what access codes you have. He says, "I'm sorry, that is insufficient for this ship." And then as soon as you're basically close enough where you can kind of start prying open the panel. So I'm assuming that's what you're doing?
Yes.
Okay. So as soon as you touch him, he says, "I'm sorry, you do not have access to any of the personnel on this ship." including all service bots. I will have to ask you to please refrain from doing any maintenance on anything aboard this vessel without proper authorization.
So I will try to quickly, just shut him down.
Okay. In what sense quickly? There's quickly and violently. Like there's probably you can pull that thing open and grab a bunch of cables.
Yeah, no, I kind of would like to if I could figure out a quick emergency override to shut him down. That's what I want to do.
That's probably as quick an override as you can do. Anything else will take a little bit more finesse.
Is there anything I can do to assist on this?
Possibly. You don't know enough really about this robot to really know kind of how to approach it.
Could I try to talk to it and keep its conversation circuits, engaged with trying to talk to me, distracted, in other words?
Absolutely. Why not?
That's why you're the captain.
That's right. All right. So let's see. What do we have here?
All right. So I'm going to try firing back some bureaucracy codes. It's like, what do you mean I don't have access to this vessel? Have you checked the sector authorization sector 11006?
Sounds like intimidation to me. Give me an intimidation roll. And so this will be kind of an assist roll for his computer, basically robot repair roll that he's going to make. So give me an intimidation roll, which is your D8 and then a D6.
Alrighty. Woot, intimidation.
Oh, I really wish the music would be recorded.
Yes. Oh, when it explodes!
Nice.
Oh, nice.
And do I roll another D8, right?
Correct.
When it explodes?
Yeah.
Oh, make that a 12.
Nice.
Nice. So a success is a 4, a raise is an 8, and a double raise is a 12. So as far as your assist, a success would give him a +1 on his roll, a raise gives him a +2, and a double raise would give him a +3. So basically, whatever Snotty's going to do is going to be at a +3. So you can give me a repair. Now, you don't have robotics itself, so it's a little bit, it's almost like an unskilled role in a sense, but you do have really good repair machinery. So instead of a D8 repair machinery roll, I'm going to let you do a D4, but not an unskilled roll, right?
Okay.
Even though you don't have robotics. So just do a D4 and a D6,
D4
and then you'll get +3 to whatever.
Okay.
So while I snow the machine with bureaucratic...
Nice. I fiddle,
jumbo.
lap around at it. I don't really like robots. I don't really deal with them very well.
All right, and Jeeves seems a little bit confused. He's kind of talking to you for a second, Snotty, but then turns to respond, and that gives you kind of the opportunity to start.
Just keep moving around back and forth.
That's right.
Using one of my extra arms to sneak around and do the little manipulation.
Right. So you're able to yank open the little the service panel there, and within 2 or 3 snips, you've got one of your tools out, and you're able to kind of do an override, which it won't disable them completely. I mean, you can turn them back on if you need to, but you're able to shut him down. And mid-sentence, he's starting to respond to the captain and just stops and freezes in place. But there he is. Jeeves is just standing there.
Nice.
Yes.
So now I want to try to do some reprogramming, or if I could access any type of memories that he might have.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So just give me another roll, a D4, D6 roll.
Okay.
And so it's not quite unskilled, but it's not really a skilled roll because you don't have you've got good machinery skills, so you should be able to do things like access memory. To reprogram him, you're going to have to do an unskilled robotic roll because that's definitely more significant.
Okay, so just one success.
Yeah, so that's enough. So you're sitting there trying to access the memories of the robot, and what you notice is that it looks like it's been booted up from scratch. It basically almost has no memories, which is very unusual. I mean, normally a robot, unless it's been completely powered down, meaning the batteries have been driven down to 0, it should still have some amount of functioning memory, right? But it almost looks like it's been, again, powered down for long periods of time, like 2 months or something, where the battery just completely got sapped and then it's been reset. So right now it doesn't seem to have any information for you as far as what's happened in the near past.
What could cause that kind of energy drain?
To be honest, the only time you've ever seen it happen is time.
Okay. I was sort of hoping Snotty could make some kind of roll to see if he knows anything more than I do.
Snotty has been around, right? I mean, you've been engineering for a while, and you're a pretty clever cat. So, I mean, we can see if there's, something you might know about it.
Okay, and then do I see, just a quick inspection, do I see any damage to Jeeves at all?
None at all.
Okay.
That wouldn't come under knowledge ships, would it? I could try rolling that.
No, I mean, more, like if you wanted to know kind of what Jeeves would normally do, what kind of access he would require, maybe things like where he would plug in to, communicate with the ship, things like that might be a knowledge ship's role.
Okay.
But in this case, go ahead and give me, Snotty, a no machinery roll, so D8, D6.
Ugh. No good.
You gonna stick with that? You got 2 bennies.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with it for now.
All right, cool. I mean, it just seems like, first of all, you don't have specific knowledge about robots and why they would have memory loss. But, with machinery in general, again, the only time you would see some kind of like pure shutdown like this is in one of 2 conditions. Either it's been completely powered off, and meaning not just shut down, but shut down and then left there to rot for, like I said, maybe 2 months, and all battery systems have completely drained. That could be one condition. Another one is somebody could have, gone in and done a power drain on it, right? So if somebody plugged in and just kind of sucked the energy out, if you will, you'd probably need specialized equipment to do that. It wouldn't just be some kind of random event. And you're not even sure if equipment like that would normally be on a ship like this. It would be stuff you'd find kind of on, on repair vessels and things like that.
Of course, this is not a typical ship.
That's also true. It's totally possible they have some intricate equipment like that. You don't see anything of that sort around here, though.
Very interesting. Should we... Oh, one last thing.
By the way, at this point, your chronocom is actually picking up some communication, and you notice it's kind of, it throws you for a second because you think it must be something weird, but then you notice it's just your friend Larry trying to get in touch with you from the other side of the door. They're just asking if you want them to follow, because they saw that there was some movement and stuff. Should they come in or should they play it safe? But it took a second for the chronocom to kind of pick up that communication, almost like there was something kind of, again, messing with the signal.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, it would be the conditions in here are safe for them without the vac suits, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Then I'd say come on in.
Okay, so they're following. Anyways, you were about to say?
Oh, now that Jeeves is deactivated, I want to go over and have a look at the body.
Okay. So you head over to the body. What are you doing, Snotty, just in parallel?
I'm going to go ahead and go look at the computer consoles and just be sure that they're shot up and destroyed.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. So you're heading over to the computer consoles. Okay. And so... so Gramps, you get to the body, you look down, definitely a human. Looks like he's wearing a vac suit. You're taking a look at it. Again, you're a noticing kind of person. You definitely are into kind of checking that stuff out. So you're taking a pretty close look, checking under the vac suit. You see a couple of holes where it looks like he was punctured. It does look like it's a male human. And you do notice, actually, give me a notice roll. Let's see what else you can find on this guy.
That's D6, right?
Yeah, D6, D6.
5.
5. All right, so, as you're looking through it, you actually pull the vac suit kind of back, open up kind of the front part of it, and you notice that where he would be wearing his security badge, his identification badge, which is normally on the chest area, it looks like it's been ripped away.
Hmm. What are those security badges good for? Do they grant access to doors and stuff?
Yeah, in fact, the door right behind you, you can see kind of where somebody would swipe their kind of security badge there. So normally it looks like this is kind of a ship where, you throw the badge down on this little ID area, kind of beeps, probably lets you through. I mean, that's pretty standard for some of these vessels.
How much physical strength would it take to rip that badge away?
Not insignificant, but, you wouldn't have to be any kind of gorilla or something. I mean, somebody kind of in the heat of battle, somebody who's, of decent strength should be able to do it. It's not shocking to you. So
okay, I can't deduce anything particular about the attacker from that then.
So Gramps was checking out the body and noticed that the badge was ripped off.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you can use those badges to open doors and stuff.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Right. So this body doesn't have a badge, and it looks like some human male. Meanwhile, Snotty, you're checking out the terminal, and you kind of look around. You check under the panel to see, if it's something maybe you can kind of, rig or fix or something. Mm-hmm. But one of the screens is cracked. The main terminals. It definitely looks like there's been a couple of laser shot around it. It doesn't look like something you can fix.
Okay.
So what's down at the further end of the room?
So you're heading further in, and meanwhile, are you giving any instructions? By the way, these guys are kind of behind you. You'll notice that Larry, the weapons guy, he yanks out his Sonic Disruptor. He's just kind of got his hand on it. He definitely has a little bit of a concerned look on his face, and he's also mumbling stuff about laser and so nothing you guys don't know, but he's noticing the same kind of things, right? Looks like laser, and he's pointing at different parts in the wall. He checks the body as well. He mentions the badge, so kind of repeating whatever you've done, but at least it gives you a little confidence, like he knows what's going on. Your friend Amy looks a little more. I mean, it's hard to read a Dralosite's face, but sometimes you kind of get used to a little bit of their color schemes and smells. I'm going to say she from now on for Amy, just because it helps us distinguish. But they generally don't have genders as we know it. They tend to have more than two, and they go through different phases in their lifetimes. So but we'll say Amy's a she, just because Amy sounds like a she. Amy looks a little bit concerned and definitely hanging back a little bit, doesn't really know how to process the information. But after she kind of snaps out of it, she kind of like heads over, and you can see she kind of gets more into the back into her medic zone. Kind of takes a look at the body, starts checking out this, sees that, says, it looks like this guy's been dead for possibly, I'm going to guess 10 to 15 minutes. The body's still warm, and then she sees you heading over to the other body, so she's kind of trailing you. She's a little bit slower, though, but,
Okay. I'll motion her to follow me.
Yeah, so you guys are heading over in that direction, and when you get over there, it's definitely a Dralosite body. Doesn't seem to be wearing a vac suit, just has kind of a standard uniform on. Again, it looks like the Dralosite's been punctured once or twice, probably by a laser shot. Their liquid is a little bit different, so it's not quite bloody, but an equivalent type of stuff is there, right?
Okay.
Hold on just a second. Oh wait, what happened to my?
So there were 4.
One quick question: are either of the bodies holding laser pistols?
That's a great question, and you don't notice any. I mean, you kind of realize this when you get there, and you're like, hey, you shout back to Larry, and Larry checks this other body over here. But no, indeed, they do not seem to have any kind of weapons.
So where'd the blaster fire come from?
Now, as far as that goes, and you say that out loud, and Larry immediately points over at the airlock door over here and says, "It looks like it came from there." And he starts droning on. I mean, he's old and he kind of tends to talk a lot about this stuff. But he talks about how the shots seem to indicate that it came from this direction, basically over from the airlock. It looks like all the shots against the wall kind of came from that direction.
Okay.
He's blabbering on about it. You're kind of tuning it out. But the Drellicite, you're taking a look at it, and Amy's immediately looking for vital signs and stuff, even though you can tell. I mean, it looks like it's probably dead. But the first thing you notice, Gramps, is you notice that it does have a badge.
Aha! I take it.
Nice.
Okay, so you pull the badge off, and I mean you can detach it. It's not something you have to rip off. So
Does it have a name on it as well? Like
it does. It says From Gig, and it says researcher under it.
He was
So
one
it
of the
shows the
biological.
title.
It was one of the biological researchers.
Yeah.
Right. We had that name on the manifest.
Yes. Yeah, there's 2 Drellicite or biological researchers.
And let's see, the other one, well, we don't know, actually, what his position was. Let's see, how many human males on the... Oh. Just 2 human males on board.
Okay.
So it must have been either Robbins Couvry, the medic.
Yeah, notice that says researcher/medic. He was probably
Yeah.
partly a researcher, but also like a backup medic or something like that.
Right. That sounds French. Robbins Couvry, medic, or could have been Bromley Blackston, the biological researcher. Either way, sounds likely they came from the research end of the vessel.
Right. So that airlock that goes back towards crew quarters, does that look just closed or sealed or?
Yeah, I mean, right now it's just a closed door.
Okay.
I mean, there aren't any warning indicators on it, so I mean, it looks like something you could open. I mean, obviously, if you use the badge and it works, that will open it for you. Otherwise, even if the badges didn't work, you can probably do some kind of override. But like I said, it might just take a little time, or
Okay. And then
Go ahead.
I was gonna just kind of scanning around, and then there is another door. I'm trying to look at the big map there. There's that.
Yeah, and you
Okay.
can.
Yeah, so then I'll just go towards the other airlock and the one with the flashing red light and check that really quick.
Okay, and when you go over there, I mean, you can look through that kind of frosted window, and you don't get too much of a sense of what's going on there. You do see that the lights are off, so there is not the dim lighting that you would expect.
Okay.
So you don't really have too much to work with there. But looking at the panel, it looks like it is disabled. Like it's not letting you open it for safety of the ship, because it's basically saying there's some kind of error condition on the other side.
Okay.
Now that would be more difficult to override. I mean, you would, you could do it. It would take quite a bit of work.
Okay.
And you probably want to be ready for.
Right. Have my vac on. Yeah.
They have those kind of warnings for a reason, and they make it difficult to get over those.
What about the door to the other half of the ship?
This one over here.
Yeah. Does it look? Is there anything unusual about it, or does it just look normal?
I mean, it looks normal. Again, the indicator lights on all of these look like they're just active, so there's just kind of like a green indicator.
Okay. So we know that one of the life pods has been manually closed.
Right. That was Escape Pod 1, which is on this side of the ship.
Right. Interesting. Same side as the wreckage. Do we go to the bridge? Or do we check out the life pod? My captain's duty says the bridge. My instincts say the life pod.
My curiosity says let's go to the biological base.
I always did believe in listening to my instincts. Let's do it.
All right. So that's the biological base?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you guys start. I mean, you can always split up too. I'm not gonna.
Oh yeah. That always works out well.
All right. So you guys are heading over here. Again, your medic, Amy, says that she knows there's nothing you can do with these bodies. Larry's just kind of grumbling to himself, and is holding his Sonic Disruptor. You see a little bit of like a shake in his hand, which
yeah, he's elderly.
doesn't Yeah, particularly in still confidence. But you know he's a good shot when he needs to be. Yeah.
That's good.
Those, I just look down and I see Edge, nerves of steel. Maybe he's not shaking so much. Never mind.
Well,
So
but on the other hand, hindrance elderly. So
that's true.
His back's hurting and his gun's getting really heavy. You know?
All right. So how are you trying to get through the door?
I'll use the biological ID card.
Yeah, from Gig's badge. So you swipe it on that, and the door immediately just opens up.
Great.
Easy as pie. Again, you have to walk, I think, one at a time. So I'm assuming Captain's going first?
Yeah. I'll probably always go first unless I say otherwise.
Yeah.
Or unless somebody stops me.
You go through that little panel, and then you go in. And who's coming behind you?
I'll come behind.
Okay. And then the other two can follow simultaneously. Here, I'll move the little camera. There we go. That's a good shot. Okay. So you get into that center way, and that's just, it's a joinway. It basically joins the front of the ship from the back of the ship. You don't see too many vessels with this style, but you've seen some before. Regardless, the room basically has 4 doors. One that goes to the front of the ship, one that goes to the back of the ship, and then there's these 2 escape pods on either side. Like it says, the indicator light on this one over here does say it's got like a red light on it, so that tends to indicate there's some kind of problem. You're not that familiar with this kind of ship, so probably your friend Snotty will be able to tell you exactly why it's red. This one has a green light, so there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it in that sense. And again, this one has a green light as well.
Okay. So once Snotty gets through the door, I'll ask him about that red light.
Okay. And it just seems to be indicating that it's locked from the inside. Whoever went inside engaged the manual lock. Now that could be, it doesn't look like it's an automatic lock. So somebody engaged a manual lock, not using the computer system, but probably moving a panel and engaging it.
They have to be in the pod then to do that, probably?
You'd have to be in the pod to do that, especially to lock it from that side.
Okay.
Now, that's not necessarily something you can't override. It may just be difficult to do so.
Is there any way we can communicate with the pod?
Doesn't look like it. There's no communication panels on here. You'd assume that probably most of the crew members, would have communicated either using chronocoms, maybe going to a terminal to ask for things from the bridge, or from the communication officer. But there isn't like a communication panel on each door or anything like that.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. Why don't we open up the other pod and see if they have pod-to-pod communication?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, sounds like a good plan. So you go and you're able to open this door without issue, and you're able to get into the pod. I'm not going to fuss around with this stuff, but you walk into the escape pod, and it looks like a standard escape pod. It should handle up to 8 individuals. It looks like this size of pod, and you can see even under the seats, there's kind of like almost like these cargo seats, like the seats are on top of these cargo boxes. So, it definitely looks like it's outfitted for, dropping down to the surface or floating around in space, surviving for possibly up to 2 weeks. That's kind of standard. It looks like it doesn't look like anybody's been in here. So, you don't see anything, like everything looks like it's in order, right? And just 1 or 2 glances at 1 or 2 little cabinets, and it looks like everything's in there. You even find a flashlight.
Might as well take that, don't you think? Hello?
Sure. Yeah.
I think we
good.
lost Snotty.
Snotty, are you there? Oh, is he frozen?
Yeah.
Snotty is frozen. Yes, we lost
frozen
him.
Snot, ew!
I didn't even catch that. Here, let me give you a flashlight, and I've got a little flashlight dealy here. I'll put it on your character sheet.
Thank you.
So we can remember. Okay. Oh, he's back?
I'm back.
All right. So you guys were just checking out the. You didn't miss too much. We just checked out the escape pod. It looked like things were in order. As you guys were looking around, Gramps found a flashlight in one of the little cabinets.
Okay.
So she took it. But there's definitely there's some supplies here. There's like a container of water. You actually find there's like a little bottle that has it says Vitasalt pills on it, which as you know, as members of the United Planetary Federation, a Vitasalt pill is a pill you can take which reduces your food consumption by like 400% or something, and water consumption. It's like Gatorade in a pill.
Nice. But so no communication systems at all in the pods?
No communication systems, no.
Okay, all right.
Well, what idiot designed those?
It's a good question. I mean, there is. So let me rephrase. You don't see a communication system built in to the ship to communicate to the other vessel. But one thing that you do find as you guys are scrambling about is you do find a subspace radio. It's probably like an emergency subspace radio. It's a standalone. It's not part of the actual escape pod, which makes sense. Normally they wouldn't fit an escape pod to. It's not really its own ship. It's meant to either float down to the surface or again float out in space. You'd probably want a separate piece of equipment so you can leave the pod and still have it, right? So this is about the size of an old transistor radio, right? But obviously high-end equipment to do interspace communication. Like ship-to-ship communication.
Does it run on batteries?
Yeah, you do a quick check to see its energy level, and I mean it's got energy in it.
Good. Let's remember that's here. We may need it.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's portable. I mean it's a little bit heavy, but you could take it. It's a little bulky, right?
Well, Gramps wouldn't be asking this, but OOC, do you think we should take it? I do have the distress signal.
Yeah, I think it'll be back here if we need to come back to it. I think let's just know it's here.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, other than that, no other communication equipment.
Okay.
Well, I don't suppose we can just knock on the door of the other shuttle and have them hear us.
Sure you can. You can try it.
Okay, let's try it.
If someone was banging on one side of the door, you would probably hear it very lightly. You'd hear kind of the vibrations if you knocked hard enough. You definitely won't. You wouldn't be able to break it accidentally. These are pretty thick doors, but somebody on the other side might hear it. That shouldn't be impossible. So that's what you guys are going to attempt to do here.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, so you're knocking on the door. By this time, our friends here have also. I'm going to say they're in the room. I'm just going to. Oops, this is kind of a unstable area.
While Gramps is knocking, I'm going to go see if I can just override the lock.
Sure. All right. So Gramps, you're knocking. Snotty, you're checking out the equipment. So. Why don't you just go ahead and give me a repair machinery roll, which for you is a D8, so D8, D6. So Gramps, you're slamming on the door. You use kind of like a hard item because it won't damage the equipment, kind of like the butt of a gun or something that's got some significance. Maybe that flashlight you found, but you don't get any response from the other side.
Yeah, and I know my wormy little hands aren't going to make much noise if I pound with those.
Plop, 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 plop.
Yeah, Larry comes up to you and says, "Give that to me," and he grabs it and starts slamming it twice as hard. But still, after a couple seconds, you don't really hear any response. And you guys keep trying while Snotty's working on the door. Anyways, I mean, you got to wait a minute or two while he's getting through, a panel or two and starting to look at the inside. Garble of wires and whatnot. So.
Okay, well, what worries me is whoever's in there is probably scared. We want to hopefully not make them attack the minute we open the door.
Right.
At the very least, if Snotty can get the door open, we need to stand clear of the doors when they actually come open. So.
Okay, so Snotty, go ahead and give me a roll for the repair machinery when you have a chance.
Okay, is that D8?
Yeah, D8 and then the D6.
Yeah, D6. Okay. One exploded. 6.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, look at this!
Ooh.
All right, 17.
Nice.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, that does the trick. All right, so and you see him. I mean, this isn't like the more you've hung out with this guy, the more you kind of have an appreciation for, his ability to kind of work through this stuff. I mean, you see him
have extra hands.
Yeah, yeah. It helps that you're ambidextrous. Like both hands are kind of working simultaneously, and you see him pull a wire out and kind of snip this and connect it to that. You see a little spark, and within a couple of maybe it takes about 2 or 3 minutes, in between which you're kind of banging on the door. Suddenly, Larry's about to bang on the door again, and you have that little comedic moment where the door kind of swings open or swings up, and the flashlight just meets air, and he kind of stumbles, and you hear him kind of grumble, that old man, like annoyed grumble. But you're able to get into the room, and as soon as you do, you find it's a little bit more of a mess. There is a body on the ground. And it looks like a crew member by the dress of clothes. It's not moving. Face down.
Amy, can you check him out? Him, her, it?
Yeah, Amy's heading over there almost before you even mention it. Now I'm going to take a short break because Nova's going to say hi.
Hi.
Do you want to see them? Here, let's see. There we go. That's Jules.
Hi.
And that's Kurt.
Hey.
Cool. She came down to check out the scene.
Is that the daughter you went and watched Fury Road with?
Oh, we're going to watch it tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Watch what?
Mad Max.
Oh, I still haven't seen that.
Oh,
it's so good. So good.
I wouldn't let her watch. I don't think I would let her watch the first one, like the original, because those are so kind of violent in very mature ways. But this one, I was watching it and I'm like, she could tell she's watched like Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit and stuff like that. Like she's not fazed by that kind of violence, as long as the story, I think, is something she can kind of get, and it doesn't have any of that like adult type theme,
Right.
And I was trying to convince my wife that we can show it to her, and she's like, I don't know. I mean, does it even have any strong women characters? And so I was laughing it up. I'm like, I don't know. Let's go and see it together. I took my wife to see it, and then she was kind of convinced. Okay, she can probably handle this.
Yeah, so my wife and her sister went right back and saw it again. They were just so excited to see all these women kicking ass.
Oh yeah. I've seen it 3 times so far.
It's really good. Really good.
It's just been a bad summer for me making it to the movies.
That was going to be my backup plan if this fell through. I'll tell you more about Mad Max later, but we'll dive back before I get too distracted. All right.
So the body on the floor.
Come in. There's a body on the floor, face down. It looks human in shape, so it's either human or Uzerian. As soon as Amy reaches down, she starts mumbling stuff like, "Oh, it looks like it's a human." I'm sorry, it's also dead. She's also dead. So it looks like a female. Again, she's just checking vitals, but at that point, you're probably a little more interested in badges and things like that.
Right.
Which again, she's kind of not paying attention to. So this one also has a badge, and on this one, it says Tara Bardell, engineering.
Okay. All right. Well, sorry, Ms. Bardell, but we need your badge.
Now, Snotty, give me a repair machinery roll.
Okay.
Because you do notice that somebody on this side, which is probably Tara, was kind of, had futzed around with some of the equipment.
Okay.
You're not, questions whether or not you know kind of what she was up to.
11.
Nice. So what you can see is that definitely she she's the one who probably, I mean, given that there's nobody else here, she's probably the one who would have, done the lock and the override. And you're trying to figure out why. Like, normally somebody wouldn't need to do a manual lock from the inside of an escape pod. I mean, they have equipment here which you can just turn on and, launch an escape pod. There's no need to do manual locks where you have to take a panel off and kind of mess with the wiring and things like that. But that's indeed what she did. And then it kind of registers with you that, and especially because you're a pretty clever bug, that looking at the distress signal, I mean, the energy loss was pretty quick. So if the energy on the ship had been deteriorated to a point where the computers and the systems weren't working, then if she came in here, she definitely would have had to manually try to lock the door to manually detach from the ship.
Okay.
And then there's a little bit of curiosity there, because she got halfway through and then manually locked the door, and it doesn't look like it would have taken too much. In fact, looks like she started to detach the pod from the ship manually, but she didn't finish that. And then, it looks like she was like halfway through, and that's it.
Yeah, what'd she die of?
A laser wound in the stomach. So I mean, that could once the captain asks that question and Amy responds, then Snotty, like in your head, it kind of like, okay, she might have run out of energy, ran out of hit points around that time.
Right.
So
is there like a blood trail leading in, or?
There is, not too significant. And again, maybe it has to do with you're not sure. I mean, it could be the weightlessness. I mean, you don't see a blood trail, but you do see some blood spots here and there now that you're paying attention to it. So she may have been bleeding as she went, but a lot of it looks like it could have been in her suit. So maybe it wasn't like profusely bleeding out.
That was my main question, was she attacked by something in the pod, or was she hurt when she got in?
And so that question spurs you to kind of look at the doors, and as you guys look at them a second time, you do notice that there's a little bit of blood, kind of, not fingerprints so much, but like, hand marks and things around the door you came through. So this door over here. Like when you look at the panel from the other side, it looks like somebody had kind of smudged some blood near the panel, and that could have been her. Right, so maybe she was on the other side and came through. That looks like the likeliest story.
Okay.
Well, that doesn't speak particularly well for the bridge.
No.
I was hoping that those manually locked doors were where people had managed to barricade themselves, but seems like we can't count on that.
I want to go see about these biological specimens. I'll go to check the next door.
Okay.
I will allow Snotty to do so, just because I think it would be entertaining.
All right, so you guys are heading in that direction. Let me see here. There we go. Okay. Let me grab a room module. So you're able to open the door without a problem. Let's do that. Hold on. Let me bring it on the big screen so I can see what I'm doing. Maybe from this side. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. Oh, hold on. What happened to my music?
It's playing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it is. Oh, I don't hear it. That's interesting.
Well, it was kind of just a ambient background at the moment. Now it's off. Now it's on.
Huh. I don't hear it at all. Okay. Well, I'm not fussed. If you guys can hear it, that's great. All right. So first one through. And then the captain's coming behind and the other individuals. So you come into this hallway, and a couple things. You notice that there is a terminal over here. There's also another terminal over on that side, right there, right near the entry. And there's what looks to be like a storage closet or something in the middle of the hall there. There are a couple of different rooms. There's two doors. There's 2 doors here leading into what you assume is the research bay by your knowledge of the schematics. There's 2 doors here that lead into the 2 biology bays over here. And then there's this other door in the this side of the hall, which leads over into the back of the ship. And there's kind of like a central room that leads into the engine rooms and the cargo bay. But when you walk into this room, you don't notice anything particularly unusual here. There isn't it seems pretty clean. Again, there's 2 terminals, and the first thing you notice is they both appear to be working.
Oh. Well, I get right to that. Say, oh, Captain, there's apparently a working terminal here.
As I come through, by the way, I'm going to draw my needler pistol.
Okay. Cool. So you've got your needler pistol, and I'll say, just for simplicity's sake, needlers normally have different kinds of clips. There's the ones that do, let's say, double damage, and the one that does single damage with sleep. But for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to say you kind of have, there's 2 buttons, so you can kind of shoot one or the other. You just tell me when you want to launch.
Basically, there's a stun setting.
Correct. But the stun setting still does some damage, because they are needles. Okay. Cool. Okay. So you're getting onto that terminal, and again, you're able to see that it does have access to the systems. The security is definitely reduced here, in the sense that if somebody's here in this work bay, apparently they seem to think that they probably already have access to the ship. So it's definitely not as hard to get information. Do you want to give me a no computers roll to see what you're able to garner? Okay. So that's a D6.
Okay. 4.
4. Okay. Cool. And are you going to go ahead and keep that?
No, I'll go ahead and I'll spend a penny.
The fun question to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, whenever the GM asks you that.
I try to.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I try to ask it every time, so I don't. So it doesn't sound like too leading. But
right.
Yeah.
9.
9. Okay. Hold on just a second. Okay. Cool. 9. That's significantly different. All right. So you're definitely able to get some information. What I'm going to do is I'm going to forward you 1 or 2 files, and then you can share it. Okay. While I'm doing that, what are you up to, Gramps? Are you just waiting on him, or?
Let's see. I'm wondering, can I see anything through those other doors? Are there any view viewports in the doors?
Yeah. So I mean, they have these same kind of larger but thick, very thick windows. So you're not able to get any kind of clear views on what's going on. This one over here that leads to Bio Bay 1, you definitely get an impression like there's a bunch of big, it almost looks like boxes or something, but again, you have a very partial view. With Bio Bay 2, this one's interesting. It feels almost cloudy, like there's maybe something in the air, but you're not sure if it's in the air or if it's just on the glass itself. There's something kind of obstructing the view, almost like there's a little bit of a cloud. The research bay, you just see dim lighting behind that, and the same with the back bay. So you don't see anything unusual through those.
Okay.
And again, there's that large closet that's kind of in the middle of the hallway.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about that. I think I'll wait until after we get the results of the computer before I try opening it. I will listen at the door of the closet, see if I hear anything.
Okay. Cool. So you're listening in the closet. I'm going to, let's see, let me send 1 or 2 pieces of information here. Okay. 1 second. And you'll see that come through in a second or 2, so you can just download those.
This is the captain's log, so
that could be useful.
Discovered an encoded message being sent from our ship. Ship's message, security routines versus disabled. Source location is unknown. Same message sent on a loop every 4 hours. Only myself and first mate Bakchu know due to sensitivity. Asked the science officer Mag Nuer to record the message and zero in on its source. We believe the communication officer Usil overrode security and set up the message. The message target is in close vicinity. However, target is undetected. Security is re-enabled. We'll have more information on the next signal. Retrieved encoded message. Decryption or translation unknown. Attention, Communication Officer Usil, please report to the bridge. Communications Officer Usil denied allegations. We have arrested and placed her in medical bay stasis chamber until we can contact the authorities. Attention all crew. Engineering has reported that energy issue has been detected. Attention all crew. Manual alarm has been tripped in Bio Bay 1. Please report immediately with details. Attention all crew. Temporary emergency lockdown is being enforced in bio and research bays. There's the distress signal has been sent. Attention all crew. LL928 is experiencing severe energy anomalies. Prepare for emergency procedures, including life support system shutdown. And then they have the 3 distress signals sent at the exact time that we received them.
Only 3?
Yeah.
Wasn't there 4?
Oh, no, 4, sorry. There are 4. 0, there's like 0, 100 hours, and then 125, 210, and then 311.
Yeah, and so I'm sure I just sent the link to you as well, Jules.
Okay.
To Gramps. So you can open it up, and as he's reading it, you're kind of looking over his shoulder, and you're seeing the same information. When you guys look at these documents, you'll notice, and this is a metagame thing, one piece of information for you. Every time there's a document that has time on it, I put the time 0 to indicate when the first distress signal was received by you guys.
Okay.
Instead of playing with like space-time and stuff.
Right.
0 means you receive the distress signal. After that is after the first distress signal, and it's usually in hours, minutes, and seconds. And before that, in hours, minutes, and seconds with a negative number, is how long previous to the distress signal, right? So you can see, oops, is this all? Yeah, so for example, the second message says, secret, ask science officer, blah, blah, blah. It says -6:00. So that was 6 minutes before the distress signal was sent.
So all this happened very fast. Wow. Well, very interesting, but not actually as informative as I would have hoped. No copies of the messages. I'd especially like to know about that last one. Well, so do I hear anything when I listen at the supply cabinet?
You have heard nothing.
All right. I will wait for Larry and Amy to get into the room. And then I will alert everyone to be prepared, and I will throw open the supply cabinet door.
Okay. And, let's see, get into position here. So your friend here, Larry's got his weapon out. Even Amy's got her stunner. What are you up to, Snotty?
I just looking at all that information dump there.
Yeah.
And then I will.
I mean, you can still be checking the computer. You may be able to find more information as well.
Yeah, I'll do one more kind of scan to see if there's anything else that's dealt with, like after they maybe if there was any more, like a message from the captain himself about the power down. Looks like I kind of. Yeah, and I'll just start kind of looking around and kind of see if I can make any sense out of it.
Okay. So Jules, you're getting ready to to throw open the doors?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Cool. So you throw open the cabinet doors, and everybody's holding their breath, and you see a cabinet with some equipment in it. Nothing. Yeah. Oh my God. Nothing unusual. For a second, you freak out because you see a face looking at you, but it turns out there's a couple of face masks, like gas masks, there. Probably in the case of like an emergency with oxygen or something like that. They're probably, have like a limited amount of oxygen in case of emergencies.
I will hand those to Dot and Larry.
Cool.
Amy and Larry.
All right.
I don't know where I got Dot.
I'm going to grab, there are 4 gas masks, so I'm going to give it to Amy. 1 to Amy, 1 to Larry. Do you guys want to take the other 2? It's kind of extraneous. I mean, if you have your vac suit.
What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think I need that.
Okay. Well,
so there's another thing though. You do notice that there is a strange box. It looks like some kind of, almost like a toolbox or something, sitting in there.
Okay.
You look at it. You're not quite able to read it. Your Pangalactic is a little rustier than everybody else. So although you can read kind of common stuff, this word seems a little unusual to you. It might have some meaning, but you're not exactly sure what it means.
Snotty, Larry, this mean anything to you?
And Larry's kind of like some kind of biological something or other, and that's when Amy kind of comes up and goes, "Oh, it's an Enviro kit," and she seems really curious by it. And when you ask her kind of what it is, she mentions it seems it's something that they use to analyze different plants and animals when they go on surface. I would assume they don't need it here because they probably have better equipment than this in the rooms. This looks like a portable unit. So I mean, it's a decent sized toolbox, but it looks like when you take a quick look at it, it looks like it has a couple of functions. Here, let me see. The 3 functions that you're able to determine it can kind of perform. It's got a bioscanner, which it's got like straps and electrodes, and it's got kind of a readout. So apparently maybe you connect it to like an organism or something, and it'll tell you stuff about it. It's got a vapor scanner that's that's for doing analysis on gases, and a geoscanner, which can kind of analyze soil or rock samples. So it looks like a bioscanner, a vapor scanner, and a geoscanner. And in fact, I'm going to send you guys a little link which tells you about that. And Amy's very interested in it. Maybe it's her medical geekness, but she says that she doesn't mind carrying it.
Be my guest.
Here we go. I'm going to send you guys a quick link to tell you what's in this little guy. Hold on. Let me label it. Enviro Kit. Okay.
Nice. I especially like that vapor scanner option.
Mm-hmm. We have that one.
Oh, I have a little thing for that. I'm gonna put in Amy's equipment list. She's got the Enviro kit.
I propose for our next action we wake up this communication officer Usul and see what she has to say for herself.
Yes.
So we know where to find her. Medical Bay Stasis Chamber. And let's see, the Medical Bay is... it's forward from here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shall we?
Yes. I just want to check one thing, and I want to just go see the research doors to see if there's anyone in there right now.
Yeah, and the research door was that bay was the one over here. Both of these doors both enter the research bay, and that's the one where it just looked like there's lights on, nothing unusual. I mean, you can see some like blinking equipment down here in the back through this door. But you don't see any movement, or anything unusual. And again, this one was where we saw the cargo containers, maybe like some big boxes or something. Over here is the one that was kind of a little bit frosted.
Are you sure that's wise, Snotty? Remember what's happened to these other researchers?
But just a quick look couldn't hurt, right?
Oh, give him a Benny for that.
Sure. I'll do that. Ka-ching!
Tomes, I should tell you too. Like, I do have to go in like a half hour or so.
That's okay.
Yeah, so do I.
Give me a.
I could play this game for 4 more hours. I'm so in love with this. It's so much fun.
So give me about a 10-minute heads up when you guys have to go.
Okay.
Because I've never completed one of these games all the way through.
You really should block it in as a two set. Like, it's going to be 2 4-hour blocks.
I've totally thought about doing that. So this next con here, I've actually set it up as a 6-hour game. So it starts like instead of the 4-hour slot, because we've gotten a little more flexible.
You can have so much fun just in the character building stage.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah,
I have a whole set of questions, like a questionnaire, so you can even build more stuff into it. But
cool.
This stuff takes so much time. I'm always like, I don't have time for that. There is so the way we normally kind of play the end scenes with this game, because we always run out of time, is people will start telling you kind of what they want to do, and we start using bennies almost as like drama points or something, where you kind of use them to pay for certain story things or certain actions you want to get done. So just give me a 10-minute heads up for either of you when you guys are at the last bit. All right, cool. So sorry, so you were checking, Snotty, you were checking some more stuff?
Yeah,
I
think like I'm kind of peeking through the glass, and then I just can't take it anymore, and I open the door.
Right. So he's about to open the door. It's going to take him a second or two because they've been locked from the outside. He's got to kind of unlock them, but that's not going to take too much effort. Basically, there's been a lockdown, but the lockdown really prevents somebody in those doors from getting out. Because it's really a safety mechanism to prevent, biological contamination or, that kind of thing. But if you're in the workroom, you can actually override that. It just takes a minute or so. You don't have to give me a roll for that. That just takes a little bit of time. So while he's doing that, the question is, Gramps, are you sticking around, or what were you talking about doing?
I was going to go and try to wake up the crewman.
Okay.
The communications officer, but that's
over
way
in
up in
the
the other
medical
part
thing.
of the ship.
Right.
I like the idea that like maybe the captain just is like on her mission. I'm just gonna go for it, and I just kind of tallied behind, and then once everybody had gone through, I was like, okay, I'm gonna fiddle with this door.
That's cool. So do you want to take the other 2 crew members with you? Are you heading, or are you waiting?
Let's see. How about I will take. Boy, we don't want to split the party. I tell you what.
I will say this: every time I've played this game, the party has split.
Okay. Well, I will buck the trend. I start to go, and I stand by the door, tapping my foot and saying, "Snotty, are you coming?"
And that's right about the time when
the door opens. One moment.
So the door opens. Let me get a module.
I just want to see all the modules.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This is one of my favorites, to be honest.
Oh, good.
So this is the.
Yes, look at that thing.
Bay. Here, let me step back just a little.
Yeah, total pop-o-matic.
Okay, so it looks like there's some kind of huge, I mean, you don't even know what it is. I mean, it looks kind of like this big centrifuge device or something over here in the corner. You do notice there's some kind of containers here with windows. Maybe there's samples in there. There's this other weird big tank, I guess, here. There's a big glass kind of front, and it looks like it's cracked. And the first thing you notice is that there's this huge plant that's kind of growing all over the ground here, which is odd. It looks like it's kind of has spilled over and has started, growing over the ground, kind of viney and whatever. There's a couple of tables here, and it looks like that's where research is done. Various sets of equipment. There's test tubes and beakers and other stuff, but they don't look like. It looks like they've seen some abuse. I mean, there's definitely like a bit of a mess here. Things have been thrown around. There's some broken glass on the ground, and kind of worse. As you're looking around, you notice that there's a whole bunch of kind of like pieces of uniform clothing that's been shredded. Some kind of maybe blood streaks. Of various kinds, but like all over the place. I mean, it looks like there's been a bit of a struggle here or something.
Is that a robot?
You don't see any robots.
Okay.
So basically a table with various with lab equipment, broken lab equipment, some kind of centrifuge, something or other. This is another computer terminal, and there's a cabinet right behind you as well. Like
of course,
probably
the lab
it's got equipment in it.
The lab equipment could have broken when the gravity went off. It could have floated up to the ceiling and then broke when it fell back down.
Absolutely possible. You have a sense that the shredded clothing probably didn't happen from that.
Yeah. Gravity doesn't usually do that. And those blood streaks, again, were probably made while the gravity was on, if they're streaks.
Right. But yeah, the lab equipment, it's totally a possibility.
I'm going to come stand next to Snotty here, and I'm going to scan the room with my the infrared binoculars, whatever they were called.
Okay. Hold on, am I getting music? Oh, why don't I get music? Do you guys have a different track now?
Yeah.
I don't know why I don't get the music. Oh, that's sad. Anyways, you were saying?
The infrared goggles. I want to scan to see if there is anything emitting heat in there.
Absolutely. You see a very large heat signature here, and you wouldn't necessarily expect. So you've just kind of stepped in the room, and the door is kind of it's currently open here. These guys are kind of peeking in behind you guys.
Oh, that's Snotty.
Yeah, that's
sorry.
Snotty.
I thought that was a robot.
Oh, no. Sorry.
Not a robot.
So that's funny. It just sounds like a robot.
That's right.
He's got the Siri voice signature. But so this guy right here, it's a big heat signature. You wouldn't normally expect that level of heat from a plant, to be honest. I mean, you've used IR goggles before. There's very few plants that give off that kind of heat signature. However, I mean, this is an alien plant, so who knows?
Amy, you know any life forms that look like plants that aren't?
I know many life forms that look like plants.
Most
of them are plants.
You know any life forms that look like that plant?
She kind of like peeks in, and no, it doesn't look familiar to me specifically, but I mean, it looks similar to many things that I've seen in the past. But I'm a medic. I'm not a biologist.
No, but she has knowledge fauna. We gave it to her.
Oh yeah, she does. Let me do a roll. Actually, I will have you roll because I haven't used the roll thingy yet.
Okay. What
I've
does
been
she
playing
roll?
too much Dungeon World, so I'm used to players rolling. D6 twice.
Yeah, just a 3. And she can't spend a penny, I assume.
Oh, she can. Do you want her to spend a penny? Let's do it.
Yeah, let's spend a penny.
Go for it. She'll spend 1 penny. I'll make that decision.
4.
Okay, cool. It definitely looks alien. This is not a plant I'm familiar with. It's not a plant that I've seen in any of the worlds. You know, and I've studied a couple of worlds. I mean, you know, it takes a lifetime to study them all, but this is definitely not something that looks like a family that I'm familiar with. In fact, there's certain things that are just odd about it. Although it kind of is growing like a plant, there's other elements which are strange. You know, the kind of photosynthesis structures, like the things that we would think of as leaves, are not necessarily looking like they're efficient. Do you know what I mean? Like they're not pointing up like a plant would, like toward the lights. Like there's certain things about it that just look odd. But again, it's an alien plant, so maybe that's normal where it's from.
So
You don't think it's an animal disguised as a plant?
I guess that's possible. I mean, that would explain why it doesn't look exactly like a plant.
Hmm.
maybe I can find something out about it on the computer.
Sure. I mean, there's a computer right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try to download some information on it if I can.
Okay. So you're heading over to the computer. What are you guys up to?
I'll go check out the centrifuge thing.
Okay. So you're going over to check out the centrifuge. Any instructions for the other guys?
Keep your distance from that plant thing.
Yeah,
until
Larry's kind of coming in. He's
it.
holding his Sonic Disruptor, and Amy's just kind of fiddling around, but she's kind of looking at the cabinet. Maybe she's going to check out what's in there. And one thing, yeah. So you're heading over to the centrifuge, and as you guys are kind of you're heading across the room, you out of the side of your eye you notice movement here. And you see this big thing kind of pop up and start heading in your direction.
Great.
It's got about 10 or 12 legs. It looks kind of like a Rusk almost, but bigger, kind of like a huge centipede slash, I don't know, like a huge monstrous insect with mandibles, a lot of vines and things on its back. And it's heading straight toward you. Let's do some cards.
Okay.
This is the other funny thing about this game. I've done combat in this game probably about one time per game. Like it comes up so rarely. Here, roll 20, and then
you can draw cards and roll 20. I know.
Yeah, there is this little thingy. Where is it? Here? No, here.
Decks and tables.
Yeah, where is that? Oh, here, decks. Let's show our deck. All right, I'm going to deal a card to the GM, and then deal a card to Jules, and deal a card to Snotty. And I guess you look at it privately, right? Looks like.
No idea.
Savage World, you just flip it over, right?
I don't know how to flip it over.
You just click on it. Like I got two.
Oh wait, it says steal. I don't know how to. Denied. It won't let me steal the card. Yeah. So what do you have?
I can tell you what it was.
Sure. What was it?
It was a 5 diamonds. Okay.
5 of diamonds. You've got a 2 of spades.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So it looks like our friend goes first. I've got an ace of clubs. I should have probably picked. I'll let your friends go with you.
10-minute mark too, Toms.
Okay. So let's forget about this thing. So. Basically, if you want to survive, you have to give me a Benny. And surviving means run away.
Okay.
Heck yes, I got plenty of bennies.
Done.
So, so Snotty, you've got 2 bennies. I'm taking one away.
Okay.
What about Amy and Larry? Are we taking any of their bennies away? Are they surviving?
I think so. They've
Sure.
got bennies.
Yeah, we're needing for fodder later on.
Cool. So all of you guys lose a Benny. Basically, there's a mad scramble. It's running around, chasing you guys. You guys are ducking behind tables, and you're able to kind of work your way out. The Sonic Disruptor goes off, and it kind of stuns it for a second. It seems to get upset, but you're able to close the door just behind it. And for extra security, you lock up the door from the outside just to ensure it can't get out. Although, you you don't suspect that it's necessarily able to do so on its own. So you guys are able to get out of the room. What's your next point of call?
I just have to say, it's an awesome action scene in the movie using lots of CGI, but the critics complain that all it does is pad out the time, running time, because it doesn't affect
What
the
purpose
plot
did
at
this
all.
fight serve, really?
Awesome.
All right,
we're
now
med
can
bay.
we go to the medical bay?
All right. As
All
I
right.
as I might be sealing up some Tupperware containers. Sure, that's great. Sounds great.
Cool.
That'd be wonderful.
All right, so first, to get to the medical bay, you have to go through the mess hall. So you guys head back through the ship, and I'll move the camera over here. Oh, hold on. Uh-oh, got stuck behind there. Let me see my screen so I know what I'm showing you. Okay, so you get over there. This is just some random equipment that probably brings food into the mess hall. I mean, you're able to determine that. Snotty, because you know at least that much about stuff. You're a fairly clever guy. And you guys are able to get in here. So this is the mess hall. Now, I'll give you a little view. So the mess hall includes a couple of doors. There is the rec bay, which is over here. There is the medical bay over here. This goes to the bridge. This is another door which leads to the crew area. There's a couple of benches that you see there, and there's a whole bunch of like food processing equipment. And it's basically dripping a whole bunch of crap onto the floor. So when you come in, one of the first things you notice, that's a little bit of a better view, one of the first things you notice is that one of these pieces of equipment seems to have malfunctioned, and there's a bunch of goop all over the floor. It might be food or pre-food items, but it's just sitting there in a large pile. Other than that, the mess hall is actually empty.
Okay.
You check under the tables. You guys have seen your version of Alien movies, that they show in the Star Frontiers movie theaters, and you don't see anything nefarious waiting to pop out at you, at least as far as you can tell.
I'll scan with the infrared goggles too.
Yeah, and again, no signal, no life forms that you can tell.
Seems clear.
Okay.
So the med bay is where we're probably headed. So that's the plan.
So heading to the med bay. Again, you can get through these doors easily now that you guys have passes.
Okay.
So you're able to get over into the med bay, and I'll show you a little. Here, hold on. That's again. So the med bay looks a little bit like that. So there's 2 beds, there's 2 kind of supply closets that are against the wall, and then there's this guy over here. This is our kind of cryogenic freezer, if you will. And normally it's used for a couple of different purposes. Most of the time when somebody's either horribly sick or something, or they've been injured kind of beyond what we can repair here, then sometimes they're put in like a stasis chamber until they can be taken to a real medical facility, or medical ship can be called. So when you look in there, yep, there's a Yazirian in there. It looks like the communication officer Usul. When you look at the little indicator light on the panel there, it doesn't say why she was put in there. Normally, and that's unusual. And Snotty, you notice this because you've dealt with equipment and stuff. Normally, there's a little area there which you would say whether the person's hurt, whether they're in quarantine, and here there's no reason given for why she was put in there.
Okay.
Of course, we know why, because we found the captain's log.
Right.
Sure.
Prison, sorry, makeshift prison. Yeah.
Right. But, I mean, you can definitely release her if you'd like. There's no way to transport her in the stasis chamber. You would need a heavy piece of equipment to do that.
Okay. I'll go ahead and unthaw her.
Okay. So it takes a minute or two, and she pops out, and when she does, it takes her a minute or two to kind of get her bearing. She kind of can't see for a minute, and she's just leaning on one of you. And in this case, it's Larry who kind of goes up to her, and you're not sure if it's maybe because they're both Yazirian or something, but he seems to have kind of a soft spot and goes up and is trying to hold her up, and she kind of looks up and breathes a bit and is Yeah, what's going on?
Are you Communications Officer Usul?
That is me.
I'm Captain Gramps of the... We
Space
arrived...
AAA.
Space AAA, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
We arrived in response to a distress signal from this ship. Do you know anything about that?
We're from the SS. Ah.
Spelled AAA.
That's right.
That's right. She looks at you, and you notice she kind of hesitates for a second, but then,
I say, don't. You can tell us, crew member. We're your friends here.
Right. And so they're with you, right? And she points at the other three of them. She's talking to you specifically, Gramps, and she's like, they're with you, right?
I say they are, but if you have anything that you would prefer to tell just to the captain, I can ask them to leave.
I think that would be advisable. I have some very important information.
No, this goes to regular.
Now, at that point, you see Larry kind of turn toward her and say, Usul, it's me. And she looks up and she recognizes him, it looks like. She kind of stops and she says, Larry? And, she immediately kind of like forgets about the rest of you guys, and they give each other kind of this big whatever passes for a Azerian hug. I don't know what that is. But then she kind of, again, she stands back a little bit confused, and she's like, so you're here with her, though, right? And he's pointing at you, the captain, talking to Larry, like, you're with her, right? The captain? With Gramps? And, Larry's like, yes, but I'm here for you. I was here to find you. And, there's some weird exchange going on here.
Okay. Do you two know each other from before, perhaps?
And Larry's like, this is my cousin. This is my cousin, Usul. We're the last two, and I hate to do this, but, and he turns the Sonic Disruptor on you guys, and he's like, I'm here to rescue her, and I'm leaving with her now.
Hang on. We can work this out. I have no problem with taking her with us. She may very well be the only survivor on this ship, and clearly there are things that we need to find out about. But so don't be hasty, Larry. Don't assume that we're against you.
But I know that I can get in trouble for this, but this is more important than anything else. She and I are the last of our clan.
Well, all right. I look at her and I say, you trust us, right? I'm going to roll to see if I can convince her that we're friendly.
Yeah, go for it. Just give me that roll.
D4 and D6?
Yeah, D4 and D6.
Okay.
Let me know what you get.
Ooh, and I explode both of them. I assume
Nice.
I keep going with the 6.
Oh, yeah. Do both, actually, because you never know. The 4 might explode more later.
True.
Like the 6 might roll a 1. So you actually
Oh my gosh!
Nice.
There you go. All right, roll the 4 again.
All right, so I have a 7 or a 9.
Oh, wait, a 9 or a 9?
Oh, you're
6
right, a
plus
9
3
or a 9.
Yeah. Nice.
Either way, I have a 9.
Which one do you choose? By the way,
Duh.
let me bring out Usul here. This is Usul. Okay. Yeah, what Usul does. All of a sudden, like, you guys are kind of watching this. So first of all, Snotty, you're seeing all this kind of transpire. Is there anything specific you're doing?
I kind of was putting some whispers in, and they're just kind of all over the place. But the main thing I'll do was kind of scutter back towards the door we came through.
Right. Okay, cool. Let me just, yeah, you're already there.
Yeah.
You see, so you're watching all this play out, and Usul suddenly kind of does this move. It looks, it's Yazirian karate. What's that Israeli thing? Maga something.
I
Their
don't know.
martial arts. Do you know what okay, it doesn't matter. Anyways, all of a sudden, she does this kind of weird thing where she grabs his arm, and his gun goes flying down on the ground, and she's got him against the wall. And she's just got him pinned. She's not like she's not trying to kill him or nothing, but she's definitely got him pinned down. And she's looking over at you, Gramps, and she's like, "Okay, I'm ready. What should we do with him? Should we bring him, or should I knock him out?"
Yeah, knock him out.
And she like kind of, she's got his arm up there, and he's older. I mean, he's definitely not as strong. Like, she seems like she's stronger than him by far. And she kind of winches his arm up, and he's like kind of struggling enough so that she can reach down, grab the Sonic Disruptor by the barrel, and just knocks him over the head, and he goes falling down. So he's knocked out. She then kind of like knocked him out. Meanwhile, Amy's just kind of, sitting there kind of in shock a little bit, but, not saying anything. And Yuso comes up to you and says, "Okay, I'm ready. Let's go."
All right, let's make a break for it. Escape pod.
Okay.
Sorry, guys, this is where we leave.
So it looks like they're heading to the escape pod.
Well, that's where I was going to go.
Well, are we going to have to fight our way past you?
I think it's called a race. That's what I think it is.
Now there are two escape pods.
Oh yeah, it's true.
It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be a fight.
Couldn't we just get back on our own ship too?
You can try.
Do
for
what
sure.
you like. I'm taking the escape pod.
So it's right at this point in time when you guys are kind of facing each other down that you hear an alarm go off on the ship. And in fact, hold on, let me grab this. This is important. Oh wait, here we go. Here, something like this. And it just continues on, and you see some lights flashing over in the corner. You can't really tell what's going on. Normally when an alarm like that goes off, the captain will get on the speakers and tell the crew what's going on, but it's, too last minute.
By the way,
yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to reach down and grab the gas mask that Larry had and toss it to, what's-her-face.
Oh, okay, yeah, to Yusul. Okay, she grabs it, throws it on. So this alarm is going off, but otherwise nothing else seems to be changing. These two guys, you guys are staring each other down. Amy's just kind of like backing up a little bit. She's like,
yeah, she's a pacifist. I'm not worried about her.
Yeah, I like if I can back up enough and close the door and lock it, like some mechanical trick.
You can try to do that.
Yeah.
I'll let you do that if you spend your Benny.
Okay, perfect.
All right. So you're able to kind of back up enough to lock the door. And, you guys see him kind of backing up, and you're moving forward a little bit, just kind of watching his hands, making sure he's not going to shoot you. And you see the door close down, and, it kind of catches you off. You see, like, the little indicator light.
The door touch, I'm like, my clients can't know about this.
Yeah.
Now, hang on a second. So he's able to get through the door, and
he's able to get. Yeah, he gets through the door, and you see the red indicator light come on here.
Ooh, okay. I try the pass that I had from the biological researcher.
Okay, so you swing the pass on here, but the door, has a little, like, a warning light that comes on saying that it's locked. So you probably have to override or something, and that might take a little bit of machinery work.
All right. Well, I don't have much in the way of machinery work skills. How about Yusul?
Yusul does, she can try. Give me a roll, D4, D6.
All right.
She is a communication officer, but not really an engineer per se.
All right.
So creative.
Whoa! No, sorry, that was.
Oh, was that the last one, or?
I think so. All right, 5.
Okay, so after a second or two, she's able to get it open. Meanwhile, while you're trying to do that, what are you doing, Snotty?
I will skitter all back to the right hand life pod.
This one?
Yeah.
Sorry, the one that was locked?
Well, didn't we unlock it though? Right?
Yeah, the one that had the body in it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one was ready to be manually disengaged.
Okay.
So you're talking about that one?
Yep.
Here, let me change that. There we go. All right, so you're heading into that one. And you're able to do so. It looks like, with a little bit of work, you can disengage the pod and probably let it go on its way. I mean, she was already, Tara Bardell was already most of the way done getting that to work.
That's probably not going to stop. I'll try to slow them down again with another door. Like I'll come back and if it's ready to go.
Okay. You mean try to lock another door behind you?
Yeah.
So you're doing that, but you're kind of freaking out a little bit, and I'm gonna let Gramps here spend some of her bennies.
Right.
So you're able to to get through this door pretty quickly. So Tara Bardell, she's like, I don't know if I can do it, but then within a second, like that door opens, right? And you see this door close behind itself.
Okay.
So if you make a break for it, you can probably get there before he's able to, do any work on it.
And that'll cost what, a benny?
That'll cost a benny.
I'll take it.
Okay. So you guys are able to get there. You're trying to kind of lock the door from the backside, but it's going to take a minute or two, and you kind of see them pop up into the window frame. And you've got kind of two choices here. I mean, you can kind of dive bomb into this escape pod, or you can kind of prepare for them jumping into the room.
I'll jump into the escape pod.
Okay, so you jump into the escape pod. You guys are able to work your way in, but you see this door close kind of behind you. And again, there's the other escape pod as well, but
okay.
He's able to kind of get in there.
He's not important. Let's go. Oh, shoot, and that's a phone call. I'll see if I can put it off, but that's probably my 10-minute warning.
All right, that's cool. Let's see how this plays out.
Right. There's 3 bennies. Mine are all spent. I used all mine.
That's right.
Yeah. I love it. I just it's such a really creative design.
Hey, this actually worked pretty well, I think, this version of online play.
Mm. Yeah, I've never seen it done like this before, and it works great, I think.
Yeah.
And now I want to inspire you to do a Fallout one.
I'm really sorry about all the phone calls, guys. This is more phone calls than I've had in one day in weeks.
It happens. We all know. All right, so basically, Snotty, where are you going to head? You're able to push out and such, so where are you going?
Well, I guess I want to try to set
basically, you can... Yeah, you can... Most of the time, there's either floating and sending a distress signal, a beacon, or you can go down to the planet's surface. Like, there's 2 options for a platform that's orbiting the planet.
Signal to my company that's hiring me to do all that stuff.
Okay. So, and you're going to be floating in space or down on the planet?
I'll be down on the planet.
Okay. So you go down to the planet, and likewise, Gramps, what are you thinking? Floating or down on the planet?
I'm thinking... Well, I don't know what my previous arrangements were, but I'm guessing that a space pickup would be more likely.
Yeah, and in fact, your 3 bennies here gives you a little bit of additional information. So one thing you know about this planet is a Sathar seed planet. You guys have that creature that you saw in the research bay was a slither. It was a Sathar engineered creature that's
really?
Destroy all of the life forms on a specific planet to help you guys, maintain control over this sector of the galaxy. So what this allows you to do is be smart enough to stay in orbit until your friends pick you up, which they do after not too much time. In fact, as the escape pod is leaving the ship, you look up through the windows and you can see some of your Sathar friends, in not too much time, destroy what's left of the Scrap and Salvage vessel, and then come down and rescue you, and you go off to become a hero. For your mission, and our poor friend here, Snotty, goes down to the surface, and unfortunately, only has enough supplies.
The fade to black moment is like all of these things just closing in on him.
Yeah. The door opens and you see them all kind of slithering out. You see like 100 of those same plants that were there before all around you.
Sorry.
Awesome.
Yeah. So end of game. So
really cool, Combs. That is very.
Thanks for playing, guys.
Yeah.
That was fun. I've been running so many games lately. It was a really nice change of pace to just play.
Yeah.
And I love the Lego.
So what's funny about this game, there's a couple of things. Like, one thing is these, everybody's worried about how much energy they have.
Right.
Nobody even goes through like the smallest fraction of that. But it's just so fun to set up this tone where you're like worried about all of this stuff. Do I have the right equipment? Do I have enough energy? Oh my God, where are we gonna? Oh no! And then like in the end, like that plays such a small part.
Yeah, it's just the over prepare.
Right. That little Yaziri and Larry twist at the end. So if somebody had played Larry, he's actually looking for his cousin Usul, who he knows is on this vessel. And then the Dralosite, she's actually carries a Dralosite baby, who's like the next Dalai Lama. So it's like the chosen one. But all the secular Dralosites on various worlds like have a bounty on her head. Because when you have the chosen one, you actually have this kind of psionic control over other Dralosites. So you're kind of like able to make them do what you want. So she's kind of running for her life, but at the same time, if she runs into any Dralosites on this ship, she can kind of control them, right? So she had her own little, but I kind of forgot about her agenda as we were going.
Well, when Larry comes too, they do still have the ship that we used to come here. Of course, they have nothing to go back to, and the only planet down there is full of slithery things.
Yes. Exactly.
They always have that.
Yeah. So anyways, and the Sathar, of course, was there is no friendly Turlite clan. The Sathars kind of just like semi-hypnotize the crew into thinking
nice.
Friendly.
So yeah, that whole, when I was trying to persuade Usul to come with me, I was actually hypnotizing her.
Cool.
Yeah.
She actually was a Sathar agent, but she didn't know me, so.
That was the other thing I wanted out of this game. Like, all 6 of the choices, I wanted to make sure that they all had a different agenda, and that there's no real way that all of them could get what they want.
Right.
Like, there's a little bit of overlap, and yeah.
Fun. No, that's cool. Yeah, good one. Really cool, Tom. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Oh, here, I'll show you a quick scan of, I know you guys got to go. Here's the other room modules over here.
Oh, cool.
So this is like the crew quarters.
Nice.
Uh-huh.
And you'll notice there's like beanbag chairs for Dralosites where they sit around as blobs and stuff. There's, the bridge. The bridge is fun.
Yeah, what would have been in the bridge if we'd gotten there?
The captain, the pilot, and the engineer. So they're locked in there after having a little bit of a firefight. There's actually 2 Sathar over here.
Mm.
So all the death was caused. That ship is a Sathar ship that had self-destructed on the outside of the vessel.
Oh, okay.
Actually, your friend here, Gramps, knew that, but
I figured.
Yeah, when I was doing the whole, I have no idea what that language is.
Right.
I was lying through my.
And the guys on the bridge, they will not deal with, like, if you're a Sathar and you're even a Sathar PC, I mean, they're gonna attack you.
Right.
There's no way to get around.
Oh,
that.
well, I'm glad we didn't go to the bridge then.
Exactly. But wreck bay, airlock. Here's the bio bays. There's some more nefarious stuff in these. And then you've got your engine rooms. The engine rooms are fun.
Cool.
Check those out.
Yeah.
Equipment and stuff.
Those are great.
Yeah. And then, the
So
cargo
I
bay.
was supposed
That's
to collect any specimens and not let anybody know about it because I was a spy for another corporation.
Aha.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I would have taken the research if I could get it, but that was secondary.
so that's the game.
Cool.
Well,
Nicely done. Yeah, very cool.
You guys did good. Somebody won and somebody died. Always good.
alrighty, and hey, at least I got to do something this. I'm going to run something one of these JackerCons. But
Yeah, excellent. Good.
Cool.
Good,
Next
good.
time I want to play something. I played some the last time, which was cool. This time I'm not going to have time.
Right.
Well, thanks for running.
Cool. Yeah, thanks a lot. We appreciate it. Have a good one, guys.
All right.
Take care. All right, bye.
Good night.
Oh, now this is recording. There. Stop broadcast. Bye.